Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
The wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Is the next search on February 28, 2020? 7:44 p.m. How does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
I object.
Because he's the guy.
There we go. Took 2 tries, but we're here. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much. Come on in. I would say take a seat, but I don't think they're working yet. Give me a second. We'll get these, we'll get it figured out here. Hang on. Refresh. Overlays. Well, I think they're working now. I think they should be. Give it a second. The sweeper just has to exit the aisle, and you can come on in. There we go. We're good. All right, everyone's coming in. Wonderful. I have to say, I almost did not want to start this live stream. I was admiring the thumbnail, and it is so good. It is so good. I just didn't want to start because then it would go away. But it's all right. We're here. Red Pen's doing a fantastic job over there, and Red Pen and Help, I should say. Red Pen being the champion over there on Canva. I appreciate that, Red Pen, for doing that. And I have to also say, by the way, Cheryl C. Cheryl, are you there? Cheryl, there you are. Cheryl, welcome, Cheryl. Congratulations, first in chat. Red Pen says we have a ton of help over there. Yes, Red Pen's trained them well. They're doing a great job. Great advice. Great ideas. Cheryl was first in chat today. Cheryl, that means that we're going to sentence you with internet ownership. Cheryl, I don't know where you are, but I see your trees are palm trees. I hope that you're safe and have power and everything else from the storm. I don't know if you were in the Florida area or not, but please be safe, because we need you to work on the internet for everybody else all the time. That's pretty much it. That's going to be your full-time job today, is maintaining the internet for everybody else. And let's see. Okay, all right, here we go. I almost took a picture of a car the other day driving on the road. Somebody has a Jeep. It's like one of those Jeeps that's like tricked out with like the jack and the spare tire on the top and the gas cans bolted to this. You know the Jeeps, right? The ones that have all the accessories. They had one of those, the big, huge like swamp tires, and then they had, I don't know, 8, 9 skeletons, like full-size skeletons that were like climbing on the Jeep. Like they'd attached them somehow to the rack and the tire, and there was one hanging, like a little tiny one that was like dangling from like an antenna, with legs and arms flapping around. It was the funniest thing. Saw it while I was getting gas the other day. But clearly, it probably has lights as well, like Halloween lights and everything. Oops, I just broke everything. I'll fix it. Just one second. Import media. That one. Nope, don't want that one. I want this one. Oh, come on. Why is it not working? Hold on. We're gonna go to court in just a minute. We need someone with more experience. Does anybody know somebody with more experience? All right, we have. I'm excited for court to start again, because the current witness on the stand is about to be cross-examined, and it's going to be.
How does he do that?
It's going to be good, because she knows things about Chris that I think they're going to try to get in.
I saw
Delete.
I saw a chicken fight.
I need to see if I have space on my drive.
That was terrible.
Hold tight.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Big deal. Get info. I call my hard drive Big Dill, Why
I
is it
think I'm
not?
about to catch a whooping.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
It's like it disconnected from the network.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
That's no bueno. Black Magic Sync, maybe? Modes, proxies. Why? All right, we'll get this figured out. It just means I don't have replay for a little bit. So
And now let Murdoch stole it.
that's good. We'll have court once that
Shame on
happens.
you, sir.
But we'll figure out replay. Why? Nope, that doesn't work.
You're talking
Let me
about
turn it off
stuff
and on
that
again.
is not
Let's do that.
relevant.
Let's turn it off and on again.
All rise. Court is now in session.
There we go. Oh, it's hot.
Grand jury.
You could cook a sandwich on this. It's nice and toasty. Frustrating. Okay, I'll have to work on that some other time. No replay today, unfortunately.
What more do you need to see?
Jeep people often have Halloween themed events like trunk or treats, haunted trail rides, hence the decor, says Kaylee. They also have ducks. Jeeps have ducks.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Diane says, who thinks she shot him by the fire and he fell in? That argument makes more sense to me when you think about the fact that there was no pools of blood anywhere. That's the only reason that makes sense. He was supposed to be out there by the fire, so it's reasonable to assume that he was out there of his own volition at some point. There are blood drops inside the house, but we don't have any testimony that it was anyone's blood other than the defendant's blood. I think one of the sons shot him by the fire and he fell in. Okay, so hear me out. If you're trying to point the finger of blame at Scott, who was the one who had the ammunition, I think we're going to see if it matches the ammunition that was used in the shooting. But if we point the finger at him, he did go out shooting on the property at the gun range, at the tree or whatever. And so he would have had the opportunity to bring a projectile into the house and drop it off there. Because there's no evidence that was fired in the house. I mean, there's nothing else with a hole in it. And how do you have a bullet just sitting in a room with no holes anywhere? They fly too fast. Something has to be damaged. But there wasn't. That bullet was out of place, I would say. Then I can see why the defense chose him as a third-party culprit. And he deleted the trail footage. Scott was on the camera. Wonder if the FBI would be able to recover those deleted files. The defense attorney helped me to come to the conclusion the entire event was by the burn pit. Are they finished with the X? No, the X still has cross-examination coming up here in just a moment. In I think, well, we're 3 minutes late. Oh, flip the bird. I get it now. Okay, I see what you did there. Okay. I don't know why that isn't recording. It should record. Deleting of the footage speaks volumes. I didn't get it. Until you spelled it out for me. It was that bad. We'll type. This is frustrating me. Just one second. We've got to. Got to see what's wrong with these hyperdecks. Well, I can't figure it out. Might need some more hyperdecks. This one's giving me fits, by the way. The one I'm talking about, the one with the little spinny wheel. Not my big editor. It's actually the exact same spinny wheel, but
I'm not a camel.
the small one's been giving me fits. The output HDMI source is bad, so I had a workaround because I had enough cables to fix it. I take the output from the video source, route it through a splitter, send my splitter to here and somewhere else, the switcher. Amber, you're supposed to be in bed resting.
I heard something was broken and I might need to fix it. Did you break something?
I can't get my hyperdeck to record. See this little button? Well, you can't see it because it's on the camera. This button, when I push it down, it goes red. It should stay red. It won't record.
Maybe you're not holding your mouth right.
My mouth?
Uh-huh.
Do I have to go like... Stop, rewind, fast forward.
The delay is perfect. Oh, man.
All right. Well,
I mean, you can just put a piece of tape over it, I suppose.
but it's not recording. That's not the problem. And it's recording.
Did you blow real hard in it like a Nintendo cartridge?
Oh, yeah, I shook it. I blew it twice. I did the up, down, left, right, A, B, B, A, start, stop, continue, and none of the codes have worked.
It's start, continue, stop.
Okay, sorry. I'll try that one. Let me. I think the problem is it's not seeing my network storage.
Did you unplug it and plug it back in?
Yes.
I'm all out of answers, Ben.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take DaVinci Resolve. We're going to reboot DaVinci Resolve because I think DaVinci is tied up.
Did you smack it on the side? Maybe that'll help.
I'm not it's delicate equipment. I'm not going to break it.
Well,
I think I tried to clear off space because I had I've got 2 terabytes of space on Big Deal on the drive, but it wouldn't work because.
Is it the bee's knees?
The what?
Is it the bee's knees?
Never even heard that.
You've never heard it's the bee's knees?
That's like a good thing. It's like it's the awesomest thing since sliced bread type comment, right?
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Okay.
Todd, I don't know that he wants to do that.
What's Todd saying?
That's kind
what
of
about
neat,
kissing
right?
and cuddling it? That's never worked with any of my electronics. I've tried, Todd, especially when I get new electronics.
It doesn't work.
Stick your tongue out and lift your big toe while pressing the button, says Bitey. That's what I started with. If you watch the live stream carefully, that's what I was trying, and the toe was up, by the way.
But wait, it's got to be the pinky toe.
Look, I'll get this fixed. It's all right.
So I hear I've missed quite a bit of spiciness, huh?
We have the son on the stand, Chris, and he's a talker.
That was the last one I saw.
He's a talker. We had Chris and his ex-wife, but his ex-wife was, we had his second ex-wife, not the first ex-wife. She was on, and she's like the complete opposite. She has no recollection of anything. Every bit of testimony that they got was useful. They had to refresh her recollection and say, "Do you remember we talked? Do you remember then? If you had told me then, would that be more accurate?" Yes. So all her testimony came in like that through this refreshed recollection sort of thing, but in a weird way because they didn't really refresh her recollection. They just told her she said this before. She's like, "Okay, it must be true." But I guess that flies in Georgia. So.
How was Chris on cross? Because I didn't see his cross.
He was at first hesitant, but defense got him talking, and they did it by jumping around all over the place. And in that jumping around, they jumped from some random question that had almost nothing to do with anything to what was the last words you heard your dad ever say. What was the last memory you have of your dad? And he just broke down there, just like it was just. Oh. And defense just stone cold. No, I'm sorry. Anything. They just stone cold just sat through it. It was brutal. It was brutal. He was pretty shaken up, understandably so. And yes, real tears. That was not faked. But yeah, it was insightful. The defense basically found another son to point the finger at. I was
getting ready to say, is this the son that was pinned on, or no?
No. They've been saying Scott's the guy all along, right? And now they're talking about Chris, and they're like, "Hey, you were committing felonies when you were stealing your dad's credit card and spending it without his permission, and they caught you doing it just before this, and then when you left the house,
because he's the guy.
Your check couldn't even clear your account. Your employee's check was bouncing. You had to have somebody else pay for your gas. There was motive everywhere. No wonder you were looking for his wallet. The first thing you did when you came back, where's Dad's wallet? Quick, I need the cards. That's how they presented it.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
But I don't know. It was interesting. It's this whole family. Obviously, it's they're. Everyone has their closets, right, with the skeletons in the closet. This family, all the closets are being opened, and for everyone to see. And they're pointing the finger at everything. I think defense is doing a good job, a little bit heartless at some times, but doing a good job. And it would help if the state had offered any evidence to this point in the trial, which I don't think they have. We know that he is dead. And
that's about it.
I would agree to that as a juror, but beyond that, I have no idea. They're like, well, this could have happened. This could have involved a tractor. Could have been a tractor. Could have been the side by side. Rope. Could have been a rope. I'm like, yeah, could have. Show me some evidence. And better yet, show me evidence that it was the mom. Because I'm not there yet.
So, do we think? Just side note.
It's
is there
now.
any kind of
Look, the light's on.
Good job.
It's working. I don't know what I did.
I just had to call for you to fix it.
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I just waited.
Does the mom have any kind of relationship still with the sons, or no? Do we know?
Well, we know that she said she just wants her family back in one of the calls or something. So we're going to hear that. We're going to hear jail calls. Probably jail calls on Scott, who's a witness we should see today. That's fingers crossed that happens, that we get that testimony. But we know that she wanted her family back, but Chris hasn't talked to her in years. Scott, I'm not sure. That the family's basically picked sides in this one, and the battle lines have been drawn.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It is.
All right. Well, it seems like I've got some catching up to do.
Yep. 2 times speed
I'm glad
does
I
help.
could
They
help
talk
fix your
slowly.
machine.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Amber, don't tell her she fixed it, because that will go straight to her head. You don't want that. Okay, I think we're coming back from court right now.
Correct, and that was what testimony. The testimony was also the female GBI agent was like, I read him the diary.
They're playing with the volume level up and down. It's a hot mic.
Because we were in that room.
guess we're not back yet. Can Chris be in the court? Well, Scott is on the stand. If he's been released from his subpoena, yes, but I don't think he has been. The defense has kept a couple people on the list, so I think he would be excluded, and he's not allowed to talk to anybody about the case in the meantime.
He didn't even say anything.
Which way bullet and rib front equals someone he knew? I think the ME would have to testify as to where that bone was from. Did we know it was a rib? It might have been inside. It might have been. I mean, it was a short piece of rib. Did we put the Canva link up already for this one? I know Red Pen has a lot of help, but there are a couple people who wanted to put ideas on there. Just so you know, when you go to Canva with advice, we ask that you don't just throw stuff on the thumbnail. There are pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those pages are where you make recommendations, and then people like Red Pen and others who have access and control and know how to manage that without messing up the layers and everything will make those changes. So, let's see. I can share the link if needed. Copy link. Oh, Josh got it already. Josh beat me to it because Josh is just that good. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate everything you do here for the channel. The Red Pen says it's gotten wild. It has. Yes, please be respectful of the thumbnail and don't go in and just start changing things. We do actually have rules for the thumbnail. There's some things that we don't put on the thumbnail, and there's some underlying issues that we always. There's some sensitive issues. First of all, in every trial we've learned this. In every trial, we have people who are watching us with us, who are often either related to a victim or a family member or somebody have some close tie to the case. We always want the thumbnail to be respectful. So we have things in here. We like to have moments of levity in these serious trials. I think that's important in life, that when things are heavy, you also can laugh a little bit in a respectful way, not laughing at people. So that's why our thumbnail sort of looks the way it does. That's why we don't have a great deal of blood or carnage type pictures in our thumbnails as well. So just if you have questions or if you're not sure, the Red Pen over there can do a great job, or anyone she designates to help you out. Anything a deceased person or a defendant says is not hearsay. There might be other objections that could keep things out, though, like relevance. I'm not in this court, of course. This court does not understand what relevance is. Donnie, I told you on the text, man, we don't talk about moderation. That's a hard and fast rule. You got an 1,800 second timeout. I don't know what 1,800 seconds is. I'm extremely protective of my mods. I can't tell you enough. I could not do this without the mods. 30 minutes. Okay. It's not 24 hours. Yeah, it can be more. I'm very, very protective, and when comments come up that talking about moderation and about decisions mods have made, it's a no-go. That's a hard, fast rule for me. They have my back, and I've got to have theirs. I trust them, and I give them limited direction, and they do phenomenally well. That's a line we don't cross. That's all I'm saying. Love you, man. Can't wait for you to be back after the timeout. But let's steer clear from that. All right. And Yeah, we don't need to comment any more about that or anything else. Let's see. Subject change. All right. Where we're going right now, we are expecting, first of all, we're late. We're late back to court, and I don't know what that is. That could indicate that there are more problems with jury. I don't know. But talking about the jury, if you missed this morning, there was a big issue that started last night. Yesterday, about midday, the judge had this big admonition to the jury, and it was about where they can go at lunch. And then he said, by the way, we've got a juror issue. We're going to take it up in the evening. I'm like, oh, great. Somebody screwed up on lunch. And I thought that's what it was going to be. It turns out that one juror just had a question. And he's like, look, I don't know what to do. The question was something like, what do I do if my coworkers, or I work with a lot of people on this case. What do I do if my coworkers won't stop talking about it? Turns out he's on the fire crew, okay? He works out of Station 6, and he's on the jury, and his boss was making him go into work after jury duty. And so he's like putting in a full day on the jury, then working at night, and then going back to jury duty, trying to get his hours in. He's the low man on the totem pole. And he's like, what do I do? I've told him not to talk about it. I've told him I'm on the jury. They keep talking. And it was bizarre. He said immediately under questioning, he says, they said, do you think you can be fair and impartial? He said, no, I can't. I can't. And eventually they said, do you think you can reset from here on and be fair and impartial? He's like, yeah. And they kept him on the jury.
For lunch, Judge.
He said he was tainted. He did. Mr. Fix-It, no. Haley has still got some things going on. I don't know exactly where it's at. We've told them we're going to step back a little bit and just watch what happens in court. I think she's going to be in court tomorrow. Or is it next Friday? I'm not sure which. We'll have to check and see. But big thanks to everyone who helped her out. That was just amazing.
Jurors back in?
No, Judge, we should go get our witness.
All right. I go ahead and round them up.
Round them up. Send out the cowboys, ropes and whips. Let's get those jurors back in line. He even did the lasso sign for round them up. Were those the firemen that were in the gallery the first day in the white shirts? They could have been. They could have been.
Kick back, taking it easy.
It's like, and my boss is my boss is here right now. So there's that too. Tomorrow at 1.
All rise. Court is now in session.
I got some that Frazier gave me on Monday.
There's our defendant. She has worn pearls, either like that or that set. Oh, wait, we're almost going to see the jury. Okay, that's our witness. The defendant has worn pearls throughout this trial. Pearl earrings and the pearl necklace. Little smile there. Was that at... let's see who she looked at. Okay, I'm going to replay this really quickly. Who was this at? Who was she smiling at? She comes in. It wasn't at her. There's a tiny bit of a smile there. I'm not sure what that was for. But not a smile at the witness, I don't think. The angle's not right for that. Pearls are a southern genteel lady thing. She looks good in them.
Hey, we ready to proceed? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And your last name is Pawlowski? Pawlowski.
Pawlowski, I'm sorry. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melly in this case. So I want to talk about some things, kind of going back and, we're going to go ahead and talk about the guns. Leave that up now, because I'm going to ask you to switch it over to the Elmo. So earlier you stated, so there was, you believe you saw a revolver.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to take this mouse, this purplish magenta mouse, and you tell me where to stop. Which one you think you saw?
It was either that one or the one with the brown.
This one or this one or this one?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't remember the colors.
Okay. But not this one?
No.
Okay, so longer muzzle, not the shorter muzzle, not a snub nose.
From what I can remember.
Right, and that's all I'm asking now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Boom.
all right. Now, Judge, if we
Differs
can
from
switch
Chris.
over to the Elmo. Thank you, Judge. You show me where the button is. I'll come up there and do it.
I'm trying to get a button installed down there. That's part of the source of my frustration.
Okay, let's see, back up here. Going the wrong way. All right, so this is a report in the state. You've stipulated to the admissibility of this report?
Yes, no objection, Judge.
So I would ask to admit this as Jenna 1.
You go with Jenna because she has two last names.
You went to the district attorney's office on August the 27th, so a little more than a month ago, yes? Of this year?
Is this the virtual meeting?
I don't know. Was it a virtual meeting? This is a report regarding you talking to the DA's office about this gun.
I don't. Is this,
Well, I'm not saying
was this the phone call that I had to come here?
I'm not, ma'am. I
don't know what you're asking.
I'm just going to read the report. Okay, it says on August the 27th, 2024, at approximately 14:48 hours, I requested to attend a Zoom meeting with Jenna Pawlowski. Present for the meeting was ADA Megan Frankish and DCA DA Jeffrey Fogus. Ms. Pawlowski is the ex-wife. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Ms. Pawlowski is the ex-wife of Christopher Ferris, the son of Gary and Melody Ferris. During the course of the meeting, Ms. Pawlowski advised of the time when the defendant showed her a gun, specifically a revolver. Once when she was at the home of for either Father's Day or Gary's birthday, both having just occurred in June, the month before Gary's death. She never handled the weapon, and it was merely a quick glance of the weapon when they were in the basement for other reasons. So is that a true statement?
Right. So
Okay.
this was the Zoom meeting that I had with them.
Okay. And it says then the following 3 photos were shown to her. And of the 3 weapons shown, and without certainty, she identified the black metal and wood-handled revolver as the one that looked most similar to the gun Melody showed her in the basement.
Without certainty.
Okay.
Okay? And then you noted that there was where the gun was located in the basement, which I believe there was a picture of earlier.
A picture of?
Where you think you found, where you were when you saw the gun.
In the basement.
In the basement. All right. So, do you find it interesting that you never told anybody about a gun in the basement?
Nobody ever called me.
Nobody ever called you on this case? You never were interviewed?
I was interviewed shortly after.
Sure.
At that time, it was a week after this had happened, and my main focus was taking care of those girls and making sure they were okay, and going into good wife mode and being there for my husband at the time. I really didn't think about anything else other than protecting them and being there for them.
All right, so you were interviewed. Do you remember that?
Over the phone.
Over the phone. Do you remember anything about that interview?
We talked about where Chris and I and Addie ate dinner.
Okay. Do you remember telling them in that interview that you slept with Addie that night and that Chris slept by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember in that interview telling the police that you and Addie met Chris out at the Peachtree Road Race? He texted you.
No, I don't remember those details.
All right. Your Honor, I've got to play the recording, if that's okay with you. We don't have a transcript of it that I know of.
Is testimony that she doesn't remember?
That's what she testified to. She doesn't remember. Your Honor, at this time I would admit, how long is the video, Michael?
I should have aired that scam call. Oh my goodness, he was livid.
And I think it would be best to play the whole recording.
No. Not to refresh her recollection of, how much you wanted to ask her.
You got the timestamp on it, Michael?
For the road race, you're probably looking at.
Why don't you ask her all the other questions you want to ask her about the interview and see if she remembers any of that, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. So you don't remember that you told the investigator in that case that he was out at the road race and you and Addie met him out at the road race?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. But you do remember that she slept with you that night?
I do. Mm-hmm.
All right. And
the prank call I just got, the guy was mad. It's not a scam. I'm not a scam. It was pretty funny. It was the car insurance one.
But in that interview, you also stated that he couldn't have left. How would you know?
How would I know if he left or not?
Right.
Our house?
Yes.
I would hear
Yes,
him.
ma'am.
I would
When you
hear
were asleep?
him. With Addie, I didn't sleep very much. So, yeah, I probably would have heard him.
Probably.
Yes, the way that our door shut at the time, the condo that we lived in, I would have definitely heard. He's a big guy. He's 6'4". When he would walk around, I could hear him.
And in that interview, I think you concluded the interview with something to the effect of, "Can I get off the phone now?" Do you remember saying that?
Probably, yeah. I remember.
Why is that?
Because this is stressful. This is extremely overwhelming and scary and awful.
You're no longer married to Chris, correct?
Correct.
When did you divorce?
We separated in April of 2021, and the divorce was finalized in December of 2021.
Okay. Was that because he was having addiction issues?
It was for several reasons.
And what were those reasons?
What does that have to do with this?
Well, ma'am, you have to answer the question.
Okay. We divorced. We were together for 13 years, married for 6, and he did have addiction issues. However, that was not the main reason. We had had financial issues. We had to move out of our house. There was a lot of emotional damage done by April, and therefore I felt like that wasn't what I wanted to be a part of, a marriage. I didn't think that's what marriage was, and I decided that I needed to step away and do what's best for me.
Did you struggle with any substance abuse issues?
No.
Can we switch back over to the other? I learned a lesson.
Defense runs the risk of looking like a complete jerk, and I think they crossed that line. Why this witness? Why bully this witness? Right? it's easy enough to already discredit her because she's said things different than before. Why bully her at that point? That just makes you look bad.
Trying to get to a picture of the basement.
I think it was relevant if Chris was having drinking problems. That aspect of the marriage, I think, is relevant. But all the reasons why they divorced, that might be too far.
So this bar, you're saying this piece of this furniture right here is where you saw the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you see the gun above the door here?
Yes.
So you're talking about a historic gun that was Miss Walker's or Mr. Walker's gun. Grandfather, her father, Chris's grandfather's gun, correct? That's the story you told.
Yes. I mean, you're saying that I'm talking about that gun?
Yes, ma'am, I am. That is a historic gun owned by Mr. Walker.
I've never noticed it, and I don't know. Don't know it.
So, don't you find it unusual that you didn't bring this story up to anybody for 6 years until August of 2024?
No, because when I divorced my ex-husband, no one had contacted me about any of this, and I didn't think that my role was important in anything.
Very believable.
Did Chris ever promise you any money? Of course, if Melody gets convicted, then he would stand to inherit quite a lot of money. That you would get a lot of money.
No.
Okay. Did Chris ever tell you that he saw a revolver at his parents' house in 2011, 2012?
Not that I remember, no.
And that it was a silver revolver?
No.
A snub-nosed revolver?
I don't know what that...
With a white handle?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Are you aware that Scott Ferris says he found a revolver in this drawer?
No.
That looks nothing like any of the revolvers that you've described.
Okay.
Your Honor, would this be an appropriate time to play the brief snippet?
Hey, y'all want to handle it? Y'all want to send the jury out and do that?
It won't take,
All right, y'all step out.
Jury's told to step out. This is probably some of the most aggressive questioning we've seen in this trial. And why? She is not a suspect in any way. If anything, she just does not remember what happened. Why are you using... I mean, I would say, as a defense attorney, you have limited abilities to go this far with a witness. Okay? There's certain points where you get some leeway. Why are you using it with this one? This lady, who was... She doesn't deserve it.
We have a couple of jurors who are trying to get their steps in, but when we're doing stuff in the courtroom while they're back there, they need to stay in the jury room, not the hallway. All right?
Bailiffs, fix that.
What?
If you'll just hit to turn his mic on, I'll spit it on that time.
Do what? No, I mean, it needs to go.
Just like, there's got to be a USB input that we can put it in.
Oh, if you just want, yeah, there's a HDMI cable that you can access, and I can switch it to Mr. Ray's laptop. Well, if you want to try it with the mic, if you can hear it from there, that's fine. I don't care.
What's the counter? I've got 109. Oops, not Sunday.
You got to push that button on the rack to 1.
Put it to 1?
Yeah.
How many more do we add?
All right. If there's other sections you want to play to her, that's fine. Just
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll turn it down a little bit. But.
Just one.
Yeah. Oh, now if you have the USB, if you have it on the hard drive, then you can plug the hard drive into the other computer.
I had it pulled up to the.
Right. Yeah, I get it. I know. Yeah.
Hi, this is Jenna Ferris returning your call.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. I sincerely appreciate it. And I'm sorry that I didn't have. I wasn't sure if I was.
Let's see, 4th.
That's the part we're going to talk about.
Well, yeah.
That's the part she didn't remember.
Don't wake up might be probably the best place to start.
It's 9 or 10. About 9 or 10. Chris was up around 9. I would say possibly earlier, but I didn't wake up till 9 or 10. And he walked up to go watch the Peachtree Road Race because we live right around the corner, down the street from it. And he text messaged me to bring Addie, so I got up, walked the dog with her, walked her up there, and then I came back. And hold on, let me read through here.
Let me read through here.
Hey.
That's it.
All right, is there anything else you're going to want to talk to her about?
That's it.
On there? Anything the state's going to want to ask her about that you want to refresh her memory with?
I don't think so, Judge.
All right. Oh, yeah, well, now ask her if that. See, now you got to ask her if it refreshes her memory.
Well, we can do that.
Well, let's do it here first before.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was the wrong answer.
Okay. All right, bring them back in.
She's impeached. She'll be impeached here. It is important for the defense for there not to be consistency in this idea that there was a gun in the house available that made this possible. Like the missing murder weapon. There needs to be a lot of question marks when you think about this gun in the minds of the
Did anyone go cover the rally and see Miss Roberts in the park? No one did double duty for. Okay, one of you did. Okay.
John was over there, sure.
There was they opened the Democrat Party headquarters, and so they had her and Stacey Abrams and some other notables in the park.
Pickles, not politics, Judge.
I think she's from Smyrna. Mystic Pizza. Another great one.
Jury's coming in right now.
All right, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Mr. Pawlowski, we refreshed your memory with a recording that you had with Detective Kuykendall back in July of 2018 on this break. And now I'm going to ask you the question again. Do you remember that Chris was already out at the Peachtree Road Race and that you and Addie came out about 9 or 10? He texted you to come out to the race. So that means he was alone from bedtime all the way up to 9 or 10.
He was at our condo.
Well, he was also at the race. Do you know what time he went to the race?
Probably around 8, I would guess.
But you don't know.
I don't know exactly.
Because you slept in, yes?
Correct.
All right, so you don't know when he left that apartment that morning.
He texted me when he did.
He texted you to come out.
Mm-hmm.
He testified earlier that he was out there much earlier than 9 or 10.
He was out there earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
I really don't remember the exact timeline. So what I said on the call is probably more accurate than what I'm trying to remember 6 years ago, because I've been trying to push this out of my brain ever since the divorce was finalized. So I've been making every effort I can to forget about everything. So that's why I'm struggling to really give you an exact time when Chris got up and walked out to the Peachtree Road Race.
And Judge, that's all I have for this witness.
Spankish, anything else?
Just briefly, Judge. Jenna, did you know Gary Ferris?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to see Chris and Gary around one another?
Yes.
And did Chris love his father?
Yes.
Would he have ever wished him to be gone?
No, never.
Did he ever express to you that he wanted his money more than his father?
No, absolutely not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Hey, you sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
Who's next? Is it Scott?
Call your next witness.
Oh, sorry. Phillip Samples. The state calls Phillip Samples.
Oh, come on. You're killing us. Phillip Samples.
I'll just stretch. You're welcome to get stretched again, but I'm going to.
Okay, let's see who Phillip Samples is. God, yes. Come on, I've got the popcorn ready. Really? It's gonna be spicy. But let's see what Phillip might be spicy as well. Let's see who Phillip is and what he has to testify about. Welcome to the uncivilians. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Before you have a seat, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Phillip Samples.
Mr. Samples, how is it that you know Scott Ferris?
Met him through my wife before we got married almost 9 years ago.
What's your wife's name?
Randy Samples.
Okay, I'm going to have you scoot a little bit closer to that microphone. Thank you. Okay, and how did Randy and Scott know each other?
I believe that they met a couple years before that Randy and I got together. My wife worked at a restaurant, so they met at the restaurant and became friends from there.
What is your wife's maiden name?
Pierce.
And does she have any siblings?
She has an older brother.
What's his name?
Ted Pierce.
Are Scott and Ted also friends?
Correct.
And is Scott close to the Pierce family?
He is.
And that would include you now?
Absolutely.
So how long have you known him?
Met Scott roughly nine and a half years ago, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so 2015-ish?
Ish, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Sure. And were you with Scott? What kind of things would you do with Scott?
Play golf, shoot guns, bowling, campfires, normal, regular, fun stuff outside.
Where would you shoot guns?
At the farm.
What kind of guns would you shoot? Would you shoot?
Typically just shotguns, shooting at targets, stuff like that.
Did you ever know Scott to shoot a revolver?
Off the best of my knowledge, no.
So you like to play golf?
Absolutely.
And how frequently would you guys play golf?
At least 2 to 3 times a month, as much as possible.
That's the right answer.
I want to
as
take
much
you
as
back
possible.
6 years to July of 2018, that week of the 4th, so Monday through Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you do for work?
I'm in construction.
And did you do that back then as well?
I did.
You had the same job?
Different jobs, same industry.
Okay. Did you have to work that week?
I did.
Did you go to work on Monday, July 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to work on Tuesday, July 3rd?
Partially, yes, ma'am.
Okay, what did you do on July 3rd?
July 3rd, I went to work when I was working in Houston, Georgia at the time. Worked about a half a day. Most of the crews from the job site left early that day, being that it was 4th of July early, the next day. So I left midday and headed to the lake house.
Where's the lake house?
In Dawsonville.
Whose lake house is it?
My mother-in-law's, Nancy Pierce.
So that would be Randy and Ted's mom?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that was in Dawson?
Yes, ma'am.
Dawsonville, Dawson County?
Dawson County,
Okay. On what lake?
Lake Lanier.
So you headed up there in the afternoon? Early afternoon?
Early afternoon. It was after lunch.
Who was there when you got there?
My family, Nancy, Ted, Randy, Scott, and I can't remember who else, but there were people in and out.
What did you do when you were there?
Went out on the lake. We like to surf. We like to just spend time floating on the water.
And Scott was with you?
Correct.
Around what time did you leave the lake that evening?
I stayed the night that evening.
You spent the night?
Yes, ma'am.
Who spent the night with you?
It would have been my mother-in-law, Nancy, Ted, my wife, and our daughter.
And your daughter, who was how old at the time?
Not even one yet.
Did Scott spend the night?
He did not spend the night.
Okay. What time do you remember did he leave?
It was late in the evening. I don't remember the exact time, but it was very late.
So after 9?
Absolutely.
After 10?
Can't say for sure, but
After 11?
Late.
Okay. So maybe after 10. Did he stay past midnight?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. What time did you go to sleep that night?
Probably much after midnight.
Okay. But when you were awake, Scott left?
No, he was still there at the time, I believe.
Did he leave when you were awake, or did he leave after you went to bed?
I believe he left before we went to bed.
Okay. So that was the night of the 3rd.
Correct.
And did you guys have plans for the 4th?
We did.
Did you have plans with Scott?
We did.
What were those plans?
We had golf at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 4th.
Where were you going to golf?
Hampton Golf Village
Where's that?
in Cumming, Georgia.
Cumming is a big place, so can you narrow it down a little bit?
Yes, it's just off of Highway 400, right next to Hubbardtown Road, Setting Down, Jotham Down area.
So east towards Hall County?
Correct.
Slightly east.
Yes.
When you get off 400, you go east.
Correct.
Okay. And your tea time was
7 o'clock in the morning.
7 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you go there with?
Scott and Ted.
Did you ride with Scott?
No, ma'am.
Okay, who did you ride with?
Ted.
And when you got there, what time was it?
About 6:45.
Okay. And who was there when you got there?
Scott was there.
He was already there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you communicate with him prior to that morning?
Just that we were heading to the golf course.
And how did you communicate with him?
Called him. Typically, if we play golf early in the morning, we all call each other and make sure we're moving.
Okay. How long does it take you to play a round of golf? 18 holes.
18 holes, average 4.5 hours.
Did you play 18 on July 4th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were with Scott the whole morning?
Correct.
What time did you finish?
We teed off at 7. We would have been wrapping up around 11:30.
Where did you go after you finished your round of golf?
Back to the lake house in Dawsonville.
That same lake house?
Correct.
Your mother-in-law's lake house?
Yes.
Who went?
Scott and Ted.
And you?
Correct.
Who
And
else was there?
My wife was still there with my daughter, and can't remember if anybody else showed up off the top of my head.
What did you do when you got there?
Back onto the lake, floating, surfing, enjoying the water.
And once you were all kind of tired of the water, did you go see fireworks? What did you do that evening? Did you cook out?
On the 4th, my wife and I left around 6-ish because we had to get back to the house with our daughter, and I had to work the next day.
Okay. Who was there when you left?
Nancy, Scott, Ted, and again, I can't remember who else was there.
So throughout the time that you were with him on the 3rd at the lake, did Scott ever leave and come back?
Not to my knowledge.
On the 4th, when you were with him from golf from that morning till about 7 a.m. till when you left the lake house first around dinner time between 6 and 7, did he ever leave and come back?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
So that was all his value, really, is to provide an alibi for Scott.
Samples, that's correct?
Correct.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody Ferris. I want to talk to you a little bit. How long have you been friends with Scott?
Roughly 9 years.
Before 2018?
Yeah, roughly. Before then, I mean, that was 6 years ago, so roughly 3+ years, just give or take.
Okay, all right. So did, in all y'all's time as friends, did Scott talk to you at all about his time in the military?
Very sporadic, but yeah.
What did he tell you?
That he spent time in Iraq. I mean,
Okay.
we didn't go into the details, stuff like that, so.
All right. Did he ever tell you that he had experience with burned bodies in Iraq?
Not to my knowledge.
Never brought that up to you? Okay. And any type of weapons that he used?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did he tell you that he'd been previously married?
I did know that, yes.
Okay. How did he tell you that?
I believe just in conversation one night, sitting down with my soon-to-be wife and Scott, just it got brought up in conversation.
And that they were divorced.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you know back then about his life? Like how he made a living? What was he doing?
He worked on the farm.
He worked on the farm? Mm-hmm. Did you think he was getting a paycheck, or how do you think he was making money?
Didn't ask. None of my business.
Okay. Were you aware that on the morning of the 4th, which is when you guys played golf, early tee time because it's hot in summertime, you got to start early, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So y'all get there at 7, maybe even a little before. But are you aware that he had, for his round of golf, he had to use his father's credit card? Did you know that?
I did not.
Didn't see it?
I didn't. I don't pay attention to what people use.
Okay. And y'all played golf. And well, let's back up. Let's go to the 3rd. That day, when did y'all play golf on the 3rd?
I didn't play golf on the 3rd.
All right. When did you run into Scott on the 3rd?
After I got to the lake house from work.
Okay. He was already there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what, if anything, what was his demeanor like that evening?
Standard Scott.
What is standard Scott?
Happy to be around his friends. Happy to be enjoying the lake.
Okay. So y'all were how much did you see him drink that night?
Not much.
Beers?
Couple beers.
Any
it's always just
whiskey,
2 beers,
any bourbon, Crown Royal, anything like that?
Not off my top of my knowledge, no.
No shots? You don't remember him taking any shots?
If he did, I don't remember it.
Did y'all ever do that when y'all were at the lake?
How much did you have to take?
I do, yes.
Well, okay. But y'all have been known to do that.
Yes.
Oh.
But you did see him drinking alcohol the night of the 3rd.
Yes.
All right. And you don't remember a specific time when he left?
I do not.
All right. The next morning when you get out to play golf with him, what was his demeanor like?
Same as we always was, happy to play golf. I mean, when we woke up to play golf and when we met, we always were a little sluggish in the morning, and he was just the same as the rest of us.
So he was a little sluggish, just like you guys?
Tired.
You could tell he was tired?
No, just same as the rest of us.
Right. So, which was tired? You said sluggish.
Yeah, we're 6:45 in the morning, we're all sluggish.
And y'all went to the lake again that day.
Correct.
Did he drink?
Best of my knowledge, I don't remember.
Now, you went, you testified earlier that you guys had been out on the farm shooting. All right. Were you ever in a Facebook video with him where you guys were shooting what appeared to be an AR-15 and then you started shooting some sidearm? Was that you?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't recall ever shooting an AR-15 over there.
All right. When you guys were shooting, was it along the backs? What part of the property were you guys on?
Behind the barn.
Behind the barn?
Where Scott lived, yes.
All right. And did you, what would you guys do? How would y'all shoot?
Shoot at targets.
Would you do any like kind of tactical movements as you did that?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Y'all just standing there shooting targets?
Yes.
Tell me about Scott. How was he a good shot? Is he a good shot?
Average.
Wow. Okay. Explain why he's an average shot.
He didn't shoot much better than me.
All right. And you would define yourself as an average shot.
Absolutely.
And the type of guns you guys would use, what would you bring your own? Would you use Scott's?
Bring our own.
All right. What did you bring over there?
I would have brought my dad's
12
rifle, I believe, if I remember correctly.
All right. And any handguns?
I didn't own a handgun at the time.
Did Scott?
I believe so.
And did he shoot with a handgun while y'all were there?
Possibly. I don't remember exactly what everybody was shooting.
Was there a lot of people over there shooting while you were doing this? Or just you and Scott?
No, 10 people or so.
10 people or
have
so?
A campfire during, at night. That's shoot and hang out, eat.
How often would y'all do that?
It was sporadic, every couple months or so, once a month, just depending on what everybody's schedules was.
And everybody back then, y'all were in y'all's mid-30s?
Yes, sir.
Because now everybody's kind of early 40s, but back then mid-30s, mid to late 30s?
Roughly.
So y'all get together every couple of months, go out to the barn, shoot, drink, have a bonfire, things like that.
We only shot once while I was there. The rest of the time it was all riding horses, campfire, cooking out, spending time with each other.
Your Honor, I may have a moment.
Right. How much? He said. I thought he said he just shot shotguns before. Then he said he brought a rifle. Then there was some pistols mentioned, sidearms. Sat by the campfire and sang "Kumbaya." I think was how they finished off the evening.
That's all, Judge.
Redirect.
That's okay. No, Judge.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness, Ferris. Take off Scott Ferris.
Scott Ferris, here we go. Shotgun, all in one word, is a gun that has a large bore and fires generally multiple pellets. Could be a slug, but generally multiple projectiles from a cartridge that has a wad. So the wad pushes the projectiles out, and they fly in a pattern and spread out. That's a shotgun. It is a long gun. It's like a rifle, but then that it's a long barrel. But a rifle has generally a more narrow, a smaller caliber opening, and fires a single projectile from a brass cartridge. And a little bit different. They sound different. Here's Scott. Big guy. Big guy, as you can see. You can see it looks a lot like his dad.
Scott, just go ahead and stand behind the chair for you so I can swear you in. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Underneath.
Scott, state your full name for the record.
Scott Walker Ferris,
How old are you today?
41 years old.
And you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And would you identify your mother for the record, please? You see your mom sitting in court?
Yes, sir.
Just describe the clothing she's wearing.
She's wearing a gray jacket with a black shirt, glasses on her head, pearl necklace.
Pearls.
What I want to do is I want to go back and kind of introduce you to the jury. So let's go back and I want to talk about your childhood. If I asked you where are you from, what's your answer?
I was born in Muscle Shoals, Florence, Alabama was the hospital. Lived there short period of time, and then we moved to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where my dad went to law school.
Okay. Let me ask you about that. We're going to break it down and go through it. How old were you? What were your memories? What age do you remember law school with your dad?
I was very little. I remember going to the law school. I remember when my dad graduated and seeing him jump over like a big mud puddle in his cap and gown. There's very, very little I remember of actually being in Tuscaloosa because I was so young.
But how old again were you when you were there?
Probably 5-ish, around in there.
And how old was your brother Chris?
But he's 3 years older than me, so he would have been around 8, 9 years old.
Do you remember doing anything with your dad at law school? Did y'all play together or do anything when you were there?
We did that with one of ours.
Don't remember any. I remember going fishing with him. There was either a pond or a lake or river close by in the townhome that we lived in.
Do you have a memory of your when your dad was in law school, of him studying or coming back and studying or anything like that? Or what are the memories that you have of your dad while he was in law school?
I don't really remember any of that. I remember more in Birmingham when I believe he was a
junior partner.
He taught law school or helped out with a law professor, and helping him grade tests. I do remember that.
How'd you do that?
Well, back then it was like, when I was in high school, when you took, SATs or anything, it was fill in the bubbles, and, he would give me a kind of a cardboard cutout, and I'd lay it over, and anything that didn't have a pencil mark, I'd just take a highlighter and hit it. So that was my way of helping him out.
He graded tests?
Oh yeah, he was incredibly book smart.
That's awesome.
How old were you when you were helping your dad do this?
We were living in Birmingham, so I was in elementary school, so I don't remember my exact age, but definitely between 5 and 10 years old, roughly.
And what were age of your siblings at this time when you were in Alabama? Or it was you and Chris?
All 4 of us would have been born, well, except for, I believe Amanda was born in Tuscaloosa, and Emily. No, sorry, Amanda was born in Birmingham. Emily was born in Tuscaloosa, I think. Emily is 5 years behind me, and then Amanda is 18 months roughly behind Emily.
All right, so let's go through the kids. Who's the oldest in the family?
Chris is.
And how much older is he than you?
5 years.
And
Sorry, 3 years.
3 years? And then it's you? And then
No.
who's after you, below you?
Emily.
Okay, and what's the age difference between you and Emily?
About a 5-year difference.
And then Amanda's the youngest?
Yes, sir.
Who you were the closest with? Were you closer to your sisters or to your brother, or who did you line up with?
I was more protective of, Emily was closer to me, so I was protective of her, but...
How about Chris? Was he closer to one of the sisters?
Chris was kind of more of on Amanda. I was Emily. Chris and I did a lot of things together as kids. We were very involved in baseball.
Sports?
Yes.
Did you play anything else besides baseball?
At the time, no.
What kind of things did you do for hobbies and things when you were young?
A lot of fishing.
And how about your sisters? What type of things would they do?
Played with Barbies.
As you've gone through this entire event, the murder of your father, is there a division among the kids now?
Chris, Emily, and I, we're all together. Amanda had turned on us.
Did things get stressful, tense after the death of your father?
Oh, yes. Our whole world got wrecked.
Do you talk to your sister Amanda much anymore?
No, I do not.
How about your other siblings?
Yes, I talk to them at a minimum once a week, roughly.
Growing up, how close were the 4 to each other?
As we got older, we all kind of started doing our own things. Chris, he was older than me, so, with him being in high school and all, he's not going to hang out, as much with me. He's a little brother. He's got his own friends and all. And, Emily and I, we really didn't go do things together. There's kind of a normal childhood, just brother and sister type deal.
When it comes to your dad, as you're growing up through high school, did he work a lot?
Yes, he did.
Would you describe your father was he a workaholic?
Yes, I would.
Did he love his work?
He absolutely did.
If you could describe whether or not he was an introverted or extroverted person, what was he like?
What do you mean?
Was he quiet, kind of isolated to himself, or was he the life of the party and would hang out with people?
So if there was something going on, if we all went out to dinner and stuff, he definitely sparked up conversations with everybody, crack jokes and everything like that, but he didn't go out all the time. I mean, if there was only going to be two places he was going to be at, home or the office working. But whenever we went out, and like when we used to go on dove hunting trips, a dove shoot and all, he would get around and talk with people and have a good time.
Do you like to hunt?
Yes, sir, I do.
What type of things do you hunt?
Pretty much anything I can. But here in the state of Georgia, I mainly do deer hunting and dove hunting.
What type of hunting did your dad like to do?
Bird hunting.
Do you do a lot?
A lot of bird hunting, yes.
And what kind of guns would you use when you do bird hunting?
Shotguns.
Do you have a particular gun that he would like to use or anything, or y'all would use?
I mean, he's had several shotguns. He started out with 12 gauge shotgun, and then he got a over and under silver pigeon. That's when he started getting more into quail hunting with clients. But he just mainly always had shotguns.
Do you like to play golf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did your dad like to play golf?
He did, but he didn't play as much as, say, I would.
And who would you play golf with? Who was the people that you usually would go out with?
I've gone out a couple times with my brother, but mainly my friends Phillip, Ted, and Justin.
What kind of education background do you have?
Graduated high school.
Did you get
Misconduct, welcome. Thank you so much.
Not besides military, no.
Yeah, we'll get into the military, but outside of that, no college degrees or anything?
No, sir.
What kind of skills, though? You're very good at certain things, I think. What things are you good at?
Mechanical. I've always been working with my hands. Fixing things, repairing mowers.
I saw 18
even
months,
washing machines and stuff like that. I've always been
it's just good to have
pretty good at diagnosing stuff and repairing it.
Are you more of a reader, or do you do something like hands-on?
More hands-on.
And what type of work are you doing now? You don't have to give us the name of any business or anything, but what type of work do you do now?
I'm a manufacturer technician.
Okay, what's that mean?
The company we work for, we package, we mix ingredients and package workout supplements like pre-workouts, protein shakes. I take care of all the equipment like conveyors, massive blenders, machines basically that puts the powder into bottles and then puts labels on them and so forth.
Assembly line machines.
Who has the highest education among the kids?
That would be Emily.
And do you know what she has?
She has a degree from Alabama, and I don't really remember what her specific degree is, but I know she's like in human resources now, I think.
Smart?
Yes.
Now, I don't want to pitch your father's love against anybody, but how did your dad feel about Emily?
Oh, he loved her to death.
Did he love all you kids?
Yes, he did.
Did y'all at times disagree?
Between who?
Your dad and the kids. We all ever have disagreements with your mom and dad?
Oh yeah, everybody does.
Would you consider the relationship that you and your kids had before all this, was it pretty normal to you?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I felt like I had a pretty decent, happy child life. We try to do as much things as possible. We went to the beach every year. We never got to go to Disney World or anything like that, but we had our family vacations, and we always got together for birthdays and Christmas and holidays.
Would your dad give you anything you wanted?
No.
Would he limit what you could get money-wise or make you account for it? What kind of car did you have?
Which time?
As a teenager.
As a teenager, I had my first vehicle was an old 91 Silverado, regular cab, no extended cab, nothing.
Would he give you whatever car you wanted?
He bought my first vehicle and he gave me a price limit. And I believe it was It had to be $10,000 or less.
How about with your brothers and sisters? Was he the same way?
Chris was, yes. He was pretty much the same way. They gave a price limit. Emily, he kind of flexed more on. And then Amanda, she got a brand new one.
So as it went down, it got more generous?
Yeah.
Danny Austin, thank you very much. Josh
Now,
Hot
when you were
Cheese,
in
thank you
Alabama,
as well.
Do you remember moving from there to Georgia?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old were you when that happened?
Well, I just completed elementary school, and I was going to be starting middle school here.
So is that 7th grade, or what grade is that? 8th grade?
6th grade, I would have
Sixth grade.
started here.
How did you feel about coming to the Atlanta, Georgia area?
I wasn't happy. I had friends.
Do you remember the whole move as a family?
Yes, I do.
And where did y'all end up moving to? What was the first house in Alpharetta is what I refer to it as, but where was the first house?
At Hampton Hall neighborhood.
Describe this home. What was it like?
To me, I thought it was, the biggest house I've ever seen. Growing up, we either lived in a townhouse or an apartment. Our first big house was in Birmingham. Thinking back now, it's, probably no bigger than the house I live in now. But when we moved there, I thought this was, very nice house, very large.
What stands out about the house for you? What do you remember?
That I finally got my own bedroom. So I shared a bedroom with Chris up until we moved to Atlanta.
Financially, your father, was he doing better as he came from Alabama to Georgia?
Yes.
When y'all started out, he was in law school and all that. He was not making as much money as he eventually made.
I assume so, yeah. Back then I really didn't look at, how much money my dad was bringing in.
Did things get bigger, though, and more expensive, or I guess better things in some ways? Was the house a nice house, your first house in Alpharetta?
Yes, it was. I noticed my dad liked to do projects, so we were able to do a lot more projects. We did projects at the old house, too.
What do you mean by projects? What would he like to do?
Tear down a deck and build a new one. I remember doing that in the house in Birmingham, and building a tree house in Birmingham. And when we moved to Atlanta, there was a lot of projects. Backyard, any yard work, just improving the house.
2-story house, the first house?
Yeah, it's 3 stories if you count the basement. So you have the basement, the main floor, and then the top floor.
How about the backyard? How big is the backyard?
Where you actually used, it wasn't, if I had my back against the wall of the house, the fence would have been at the wall at the back of the courtroom. But the property extended past that, but that was woods.
Were some woods and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to talk later on about, but at some point, did your dad set the woods on fire there?
Yes, I do remember that.
I want to go into now and talk about, as you got older out of high school, at some point, I guess, did you have several jobs or before you went into the military, or what were you doing before you went into the military? And what age did you go to the military?
Well, in high school, I was on work program, so I got to get out of school right after lunch. I worked for Jiffy Lube. I was taking automotive in high school. Started working there. Once after I graduated high school, I moved up to working for other mechanic shops like Tires Plus and American Service Station. Did that for quite a while, and then I just got kind of burned out on turning wrenches all the time, and I got into selling cars.
And what age are we talking about here now?
Well, I've already graduated high school, so, between the ages of 18 to all the way up until I joined the Army, which is I was around 23, 24 years old.
And all this time, where were you living?
At my parents' house. I moved out for a while, lived with some friends, and made bad decisions and, partying too much and all, and wound up moving back home. And then that's when I started getting into selling cars.
So you were in your 20s drinking, partying a little bit?
Yeah, I was being your typical.
Sure. And then at some point you decided to go into the military?
Yes, sir.
And which branch did you go into?
I went into the Army.
And when you went into the Army, do you remember how old you were and what was going on at that time?
So when I joined, I started joining around 2007. It took me a little while to actually join because I had to lose some weight to be able to get in.
Thank you, Laura. 5 gifted memberships.
But I remember, after I graduated basic, I turned 25 years old. So.
Where'd you get? You were in the Army, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to basic at?
Fort Benning.
And what do you remember about that experience?
He laughs.
Most challenging thing I ever put myself through.
Are you proud that you did that?
Yes, sir.
And emotional.
What did you do in the Army?
Infantry.
And what does that mean? Tell us. If we don't know what that means, what does that mean?
If anybody's ever joined the military, especially the Army, we're called 11 bang bang bullet catchers.
All right, say that one more time for me.
We're called 11 bang bangs, bullet catchers.
Okay.
I fought on the front line.
And at some point, did you have to be deployed and go overseas?
Yes, sir. I went to Iraq.
And I'm not going to ask you too much about it, but you may be asking questions. But what I want to know is, what year was that you went over?
I went in 2009. I want to say it was April.
How was your relationship with your mother, the defendant, at this time?
Pretty much, normal to me. We got in arguments and, got in arguments, had our good days, had our bad days.
Do you describe it as a typical relationship with your mother?
Yeah, nothing really stood out of the normal. The only thing, I definitely remember the day that I told my parents I was joining the Army. When I told her, she just flat out said, "You can't do it." And then when I told my dad, he was like, "You need to become a sniper."
That's what your dad said?
That's what my dad said.
Was he proud of you?
Oh, yes. He was a history buff, and biggest history he liked was war history. So I do remember him telling me that he planned on joining the Air Force prior to my brother becoming pregnant with my brother.
What do you want to do in the Air Force?
That I don't remember.
But it was the Air Force?
Yes, sir. My grandfather, his dad, was in the Air Force.
Now, when you had to fly, I guess, and go overseas, you probably went to an airport or something like that. Did your mom come see you off?
Yes, she did.
And did your dad?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that moment?
Yes, sir.
And how was she with you at that time? Was she proud of you when she sent you off?
Oh, yes.
What were her emotions like then when you were going off?
She was crying. She acted like, a mother would be.
How about your dad?
That was the second time I've ever seen my dad cry.
There's some tissue back there, Scott, if you need it.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. There's some tissue right behind you there if you need some.
There. But yeah, I remember it very well. They both dropped me off at the Atlanta airport. I left the Atlanta airport and went back out to Fort Bliss, El Paso, Texas.
What year was that you went over?
2009.
And how long were you overseas?
Just shy of the 1 year mark. I believe it was 10 and a half months I was over there.
Did you see some hard things while you were there?
Yes, sir.
When you came back home, did you get out of the military? We came back home. Were you still in the military for a while?
From
being overseas?
Iraq? No, I actually re-enlisted while I was over in Iraq. And at the time, they gave out options. You could either go to, say, Ranger School or Airborne School, or you could choose duty station. I chose to go the route of choosing duty station, so I selected to go to Fort Benning, which I got stationed with 3rd ID.
And how long, when you came back, did you stay in the military?
I was released, my official last date was in 2013.
2013. Do you remember, was that before moving into the Purcell Lane property?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the military, infantry, they teach you how to shoot?
Yes, sir. They
Teach you how to shoot rifles?
Yes, sir.
What type of rifles did you carry when you were in the military?
The M4.
And teach you how to shoot pistols?
Very, very seldom.
You didn't get a pistol as a sidearm as an infantry?
No, sir.
Mainly just the M4?
So in the military, in the Army, the only people who had pistols were officers and MPs. But the rest of us, we had either M4s or you were a assault gunner, which that's what I was on that deployment. Assault gunners, it was a machine gun that I was able to carry around with me all the time.
Does that have anything to do with your size?
Possibly. I mean, they weren't going to give a,
someone my size that gun?
I mean, you could carry it around. You wouldn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy carrying that gun around with me all the time.
How big are you?
Currently, I'm 6'6", about 285 pounds.
6'6".
And what size was your dad?
Big guy.
I outgrew him and my brother by 1 or 2 inches, and my dad was anywhere from, I'd say, 290 to 300 pounds.
So at the time of his death, around 300?
Yes, sir.
Was he a little bit short, just a little bit shorter than you?
Yes.
And when you were in the military and you got the training that you received, at some point did you just decide to get out and go do something else?
No, sir. I actually was let go from the military for reduction of force. It was during the Obama administration, and they basically kind of did a lottery system. If you join between a certain time and you've done so many days of service, that's how you were selected. So on my DD-214, it says reason of separation is reduction in force.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this
That's
secret
still an honorable
marriage.
discharge,
You know
right?
what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Look at the jury and tell them about this secret marriage you had and what was going on. Who was it with and what was going on?
So it was with Gina. We both in process at Fort Bliss together. She was in the military as well. She did financing. We both got to Fort Bliss at the same time, and we met during the in-processing, which took several weeks. And we all had a group of friends hanging out, and we eventually started dating. I deployed, she didn't, and she was my girlfriend, and I was, in love and scared and just had a lot of different emotions.
Where'd y'all meet?
Where we meet?
Yeah.
In El Paso, Texas.
You're working together, the same thing, or not really?
Well, we didn't work
How
together.
How did y'all meet is what I'm asking.
During the in-processing, we wound up ending up sitting next to each other, and then pretty much all the group of people that we were sitting around, we all became friends and hung out all the time.
How long did y'all date?
We were together until after, till all the way until I moved to Fort Benning. But going back on, to us getting married, we talked about when I came home on R&R from Iraq, she came to Georgia to be with me, and, we talked about getting married and all. I never got down on one knee and proposed to her or anything, but at the time of the wars, 2 states did a proxy marriage. You had a single proxy, I believe, state of Texas, and then a double proxy in the state of Montana. So basically all you had to do was just fill out paperwork, get it notarized, pay the fees, mail it off, and you were legally married. So we went ahead and did that. And what the plan was is I was gonna come back and we were gonna move to Fort Benning together and actually do it the right way, you know, have a wedding and, you know, tell everybody. But things didn't work out once we were together for quite a period of time and decided to split ways.
So how long were y'all actually together? How much time were y'all together, whether dating and married?
Besides deployments, man, that was several years.
Did y'all live together?
We did live together out in El Paso when I got back from Iraq. We lived in an apartment for about 4 or 5 months.
Did you hide her from your family?
No.
Did you bring her around your family?
As much as I could. I mean, we lived out in Texas, so...
Did they ever lay eyes on her and see her?
Oh, yes, sir. She actually wound up getting out of the Army before I did, and she moved back here to Georgia because she was originally from Rome, Georgia, where she lived with her family, and she used to go and have dinner with my dad while I was deployed.
Did they like her?
Oh, yeah, yes. I mean...
Welcome, Megan Fox and Foxes.
Why didn't you tell your family you were married?
It was kind of a thing that, you know, I'm kind of old school in a way. Kind of like my dad. I mean, I've wanted to do the whole ask her father's hand in marriage, but he lived in Colombia, so couldn't really do that.
South Carolina?
No, Colombia, South America.
Whoa, south of the border.
So I've met her brothers before, but didn't get to meet a lot of her family. But she met all my brothers and my brother and my sisters, my mom and my dad.
Well, did y'all divorce or separate because of something bad, or it just didn't work out?
It didn't work. She wanted it. I didn't, because I loved her. But I wasn't her first or her last marriage, put it that way. So we were just young, and I was just going through a crazy time. I mean, I was being deployed to Iraq. I mean, I didn't know if I was going to come back.
When did you end up telling your family about the marriage?
After all this happened, and we were sitting in the law office, and
Manny
Aurora's, and he said, if there's anything that needs to be told that could come out of this, it needs to be told now. And that was the only thing that I was like, oh crap, I might as well tell them. I mean, we were already divorced, and if it just, I didn't know how extensive it was going to become.
Sure.
So
did you tell Amanda too? Did she know?
They were all in the room.
Chris, Emily, Amanda?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about what your dad was like. You said he's smart. When you say smart, how smart was your dad?
Very. In my eyes, he was the smartest man I knew.
In what ways did he show that?
This cross is
growing up,
spicy.
he always, was grabbing our books from school and reading stuff, and he always loved watching Jeopardy, and
my dad stole my homework.
Watching that, and
that's great.
Just, Alex Trebek will ask a question, boom, he'll give out the answer. I mean, put it this way, my dad was so smart, he talked in his sleep. And if you caught him talking in his sleep, you give him a math problem, and I'm not saying 2 + 2, like something big, he'll give you the right answer in his sleep.
How did he do in law school?
If I remember right, he was top of his class. He was either number 1 or number 2. I kind of want to say number 2 because I do kind of remember him being ticked off that he didn't get the number 1 spot.
When it came to his work ethic, what was that like?
He worked a lot. He loved his job. He was very good at what he did. If he wasn't doing law, he was working around the house.
When he was doing his legal work, would he take a lot of vacations, or is he one of those guys that would just work a lot?
He would work a lot.
Would
The
he-
only time that we took vacations is when he had to do law seminars down. It originally started off in Gulf Shores, and then eventually it moved over to, Sandestin area. That's how we did our vacations.
So he would go get training at a very nice resort or something. Y'all go with him?
Yes, sir.
Did you enjoy those?
Oh, yes.
Whole family go?
Every year we had to do it.
He had to get his continuing legal education hours in. Did he go do that?
Yes, that's what I presume it was.
Would he be checking his? Now, I know you said your dad is very smart, but when it comes to when you talk to your dad, or the kids would talk with your dad, when they talk with Gary, would it be odd for them to text or email him to have a conversation or solve a problem with him? I mean, is he somebody that communicated by email or text message with the family?
Both. Before really texting became a thing, it was, email. So that's how he would communicate with me when I was over in Iraq, or when I lived in El Paso, Texas. He would send me emails.
You remember his email address?
Why do we need this? It's not relevant.
I want to say it was gferris@bird.com, I think it was, something along those lines.
What about your dad's wit? Could he cuss you with his wit? Was he quick-witted? If you did something, would he say something? What was his personality like when he would have banter or debate with you or anything like that?
I mean, he would respond fairly quickly and all, but not aggressively.
Well, I'm not saying that. Was he sarcastic? Was he straightforward? What was his personality like? Was he a joke?
He always cracked up jokes. I mean, to me, they were corny, but, he always cracked up jokes.
I think this goes to show the level of relationship they had.
When
Seems
it
a
came
bit
to
not relevant, though.
the things that he really liked, how much did he like Mountain Dew and cigarettes?
Two things about my dad. He always had a cigarette in his hand, and he always had a Mountain Dew in his hand.
How much do you think he would smoke a day?
He was a pretty heavy smoker.
Did you ever get on him and tell him to quit smoking?
Oh, yes.
What did he say?
That was always his, response to it.
About the Mountain Dew?
Yeah, you didn't take those Mountain Dews away from him. It was like water to him. He didn't drink alcohol. He occasionally drank coffee, but no, 99% of the time was the Mountain Dew.
And your mom, how did she feel about him smoking and drinking Mountain Dew?
She didn't enjoy it. I know more of the smoking she didn't like. Mountain Dews, I know as he got older and the health got worse, she tried to start buying caffeine-free Mountain Dews, and he wasn't a fan of them. So
where would he keep the Mountain Dew?
In his hand.
In the garage refrigerator.
Now, is it true that he wouldn't even go to ball games anymore because they wouldn't let you smoke and things like that? I guess didn't enjoy going out because of couldn't smoke at certain places, or?
No, I wouldn't really say that. I mean, he still went. I mean, we went before he passed. We went to SEC championship. I believe it was the year prior.
And who went with you to that?
It was my dad and I, Chad and Chris.
Now, when you say Chad, I know who you're saying. Who is Chad?
Chad is Amanda's now husband.
Chad Bruce.
Yes.
And I think he started dating your sister Amanda. Is that how he came into the family?
Yes, I mean, at that time that we went to the SEC championship, he was dating Amanda.
At the time of your dad's death, would you say he had a lot of friends he would hang out with, or was he more close at home and homebody?
My dad was a homebody.
It's supposed to be the time. Judge, I was about to ask you, can we take a break? Let's get a little bit. Okay.
Somebody's battery's fully charged, and you're supposed to unplug the charger now.
Would he have, to your knowledge, would he have friends though? Or is he more just kind of around the family?
He was more around the family. Every once in a while he will go skeet shooting. I don't know if they were with clients or work friends, I would say. I mean, I really don't, he wasn't friends with like the neighbor down the road and go play golf with him. It was always either somebody from the law firm or somebody he's done work for.
When he would get home at night, he'd get out of the car. Would he go look at the pasture, just walk out there, have a cigarette, or what was he like when he got back?
So my dad was very routine. You can read him like a book. He always, depending on traffic, there was a certain time frame he would always come home, and he would immediately come in, pull into the garage, grab a Mountain Dew, and go change clothes. And once he changed clothes, it varied. He could have gone. He would have either gone up to the, sat in the driveway and looked around and had a cigarette and stuff, or he would go straight down to the office and start working.
Now, the type of law practice that your father did, was it corporate law?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't doing divorce law?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing criminal defense law?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing anything, I don't want to say exciting. He wasn't doing anything dangerous?
No.
He worked in an office in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did your dad have any enemies whatsoever at the time of his death?
No.
Did you ever see anybody that had a beef with him or a problem with him or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you even see around the time of his death that anybody outside the family that he had even disagreements or arguments with, or any something like a road rage or something like that?
No.
Could you think of anybody outside your family that wanted to do your father harm?
No.
What about inside?
Did he have concerns about someone doing harm to him that you saw at that time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Your dad's health, he would have some things called spells. Tell the jury what that was.
So, best way I can describe it was he would get very weak. He talked very thick tongue, like his tongue was swollen up, and some people would think he was drunk, the way he kind of slurred, but he just got very exhausted and wanted to go lay down. And when he would have them, that's what he did. He would go and lay down, either on the couch or go lay in bed, and he would sleep for a couple hours.
When did these spells start occurring?
I think they kind of started possibly at the old house in Alfred and Hampton Hall, but they got more prominent after we moved to the farm. They just started occurring more and more and more.
Now, is this when he would have these spells? Is it any sign that was coming on, or were it just all of a sudden just start happening?
We talked about it, and he said, yeah, he could kind of feel, the first thing that he would notice is he'll feel, really tired, like he wanted to go lay down and take a nap. So once he started feeling that, that's when his speech started getting slurry, like he had a real thick tongue. And once that happened, that's when he would just go and lay down.
And when he would lay down, did he miss work because of these spells or anything that you know of?
Well, you mean, yeah, he was sleeping, but
how the frequency? How often would these spells come on, and how long would they last? Is what I'm trying to get at.
He'll have, it'll happen like one day a week. I really don't remember him having like one or two spells a week. So he'll have about, he'll have one day during the week, and then 2 or 3 weeks down the road, he'll have another one.
Was it to a degree that it dramatically interrupted his life and things he was doing? Or was it not that?
I remember one time we were working on the farm. I think it was when we were building the fence, and he said, I feel like I got a spell coming on. And he will go and sit on the RTV, and I'll just kind of look over there and check on him. And I remember that day, I was like, are you feeling all right? And he was like, yeah, I need to go lay down. I'm like, okay. I was like, I'll, come over there and check on you.
Outside of that, did he, I think you told law enforcement he didn't have kidney stones or anything like that. Is there anything else about his health that you saw that was an issue at the time, around the time of his death?
I know, well, before his death, there was one night, Melody called me up and said, get over to the house. Your father's acting very strange. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, he's seeing like I think she said like seeing palm trees and stuff like that. He's just talking weird. And so I immediately jumped off my couch and left the barn and went over to the house. And yeah, I've never seen my father like that. He was kind of talking like a child would. And we wound up taking his blood pressure, and she bought a blood sugar thing, whatever. She pricked his finger and tested that. I don't remember what it came back as the reading, but I called a friend that was a nurse and asked her, what should we do? And when I told her the reading, she was like, get him to emergency room now. And we took him to the emergency room.
This is terrible.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was definitely within a year prior to his death. So it was fairly,
Was that the last time, was that when he was in the hospital? Was that possibly April, or was that something else you're talking about?
That was probably it then, because it was within that same year of 2018. It was just prior to his death, within a few months, I would say. But I really don't remember the exact date.
Did your dad want to stay in the hospital?
No.
What did he do?
Well, so, we get to I remember we got him into the Sequoia. I drove, and we pull up to the emergency door there.
Where'd y'all go?
We went to, I guess that's Northside Hospital in Forsyth,
Right.
exit 14. Pulled up to the emergency door, and I looked at Melody, and I was like, okay, take him in. She's like, no, you take him in. I'm like, no, I got to park the vehicle. Take him in. He's your husband. You know more of his medical history than I do. So, take him in. So she took him in. And then he was still very lethargic, I guess, would say. He was, but he was starting to get better. And by the time, the doctor finally came in and all, he was kind of back to his normal self. And then they said they wanted to keep him in the hospital and kind of keep track of everything. And he stayed.
They want to keep him just to observe him, or
yes.
Run tests, or what was it?
Yeah, they were trying to figure out, because we brought up about him having spells and all this stuff, and he's been to the doctor. He went to his physician all the time. They thought it was a vitamin B deficiency and maybe a testosterone problem, or nobody could figure out what was causing these spells. And this was a bad one. I mean, I was worried for the way he was acting. So he stayed in the hospital, I want to say 1 or 2 nights, but he was back to his normal self before they even moved him upstairs.
And did he check himself out of the hospital and come back home?
Yes.
Did you see him have any other symptoms after that? Or
No, I did not.
Did he have to have surgery?
No.
Do you have to have any procedures?
Not that I remember, no.
Outside of just going to the hospital, nothing really from that?
No, not that I can remember.
Did he bleed at all during this?
No.
Did you see any blood coming from his throat or his mouth?
No.
Did you ever see your dad around this time or any this time cough and spit blood up?
No, sir.
Did you ever find bloody rags or Kleenexes, or the idea that there was some type of blood, or your dad's had some type of throat cancer or problems, anything with his throat?
No.
Was your dad suicidal?
No.
Did you see anything about your dad that made you think, my dad's got thoughts about hurting himself or killing himself or anything like that?
Never once in my entire life.
outside of the spells, is there anything else health-wise that you think the jury should know about?
The man had high blood pressure. Pretty much everybody knows that. It runs in my family. But yeah, I was always worried he was going to have a heart attack one day. That was my biggest concern, was him having a heart attack because of how much he smoked and, you know, the amount of Mountain Dews he drank, and he didn't go out and run. Last time I ever remember my dad jogging is when we lived in Birmingham. So, you know.
Did your dad like to walk a long distance?
No.
He liked to drive that RTV?
That RTV was, his butt was glued to it.
You talk about your dad's, I think you could almost, I don't think he said set a clock by him, but write a book by him or something about his habits when he would come home. He was just, would he do the same thing? His procedure, his routine was the same thing?
Oh, yes. I mean, like I said, if you were around him enough, you would be able to pick up on his routine very quickly. He always did the same kind of thing every day.
I hear you're a good cook. Is that true?
Well, in the kitchen,
or I guess grilling, barbecuing?
I could do some barbecue.
I think your mom, did y'all buy near your dad's death, did y'all get a new barbecue or grill or something?
Yes, I got for my birthday that
Traeger?
year, I was asked what I wanted, and I said I wanted an electric smoker.
Smoker, that's right.
Yes.
And did your mom and you use that to smoke something for the family or friends?
It was my dad's birthday, I think it was, just prior to his death. Smoked a whole bunch of barbecue chicken.
Now, on July 5th, 2018 is when you found the remains, and that's that Thursday. Was your birthday 2 days later?
Yes, sir.
So July 7th?
Yes, sir.
And when was your dad's birthday? Was it in June, the end of June?
June 27th is his birthday.
All right, so you have some cooking skills, grilling skills, things like that. How about your dad?
Not so much. I don't ever really remember my dad grilling. He did I do remember when he did it when we were younger, but once I got old enough to start cooking on the grill, I was the one who did it.
Now, was your mom a good cook?
Very.
And did she do most of the cooking in the house?
Yes, sir.
When your dad wanted something to eat, food, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, who would cook it?
When?
What was his routine? If he got home so do this for me. He gets home at night. About what time does he get home, and what's he do till he goes to bed? What was his routine?
Well, I mean, when I'm asking when, I mean at the farm or back at the old house
at the house and the farm.
At the farm.
His routine around the time of his death. That's what I'm interested in.
Okay. So he'll be home roughly 6, 7 o'clock, like I said, depending on traffic. And cooking dinner-wise, if Melody was in town, she would fix something. But towards the later part of, closer to his death, she was not home a lot. She was constantly going up to Tennessee. And then I would be the one that would either have to fix dinner or go get us something to eat.
When your dad would come home in the house, you've got in Purcell, 2155 Purcell Lane. If I said what floor in the house would be his domain where he would hang out, which one would that be?
No, it'd be the basement.
And if he wanted to get something to eat, how would he get in the house? He didn't go anywhere, and the defendant would your mother would cook him food. How would he do that?
He'll come up to the kitchen and eat it at the kitchen island.
Would he eat upstairs?
Yes, sir.
He wouldn't take it back downstairs and eat, or he'd eat at
the only thing he would have taken downstairs to eat was dessert, key lime pie.
You like dessert?
Oh, he loved his key lime pie.
So he'd come upstairs and eat dinner?
Good stuff.
Yes.
If you were sitting in the kitchen, where in the kitchen would he sit? I know there was a table kind of outside of it, but where in the kitchen would he sit and eat?
So in the kitchen, we had a very large island. And there was 3 or 4 bar stools, and he would sit at one of his bar stools.
We're going to get some pictures.
See this photograph here of Thrasher 72?
Yes, sir.
You were in this photograph, or is it a different one?
No, it's, so yeah, right there where your mouse is, that's where he would sit and eat dinner.
How would he, when he'd come up and just sit down, would he eat with other people, eat by himself? What would he do?
Well, there was nobody else there. It was only...
If the defendant was fixing dinner or anything, would she eat with him, or he
No.
eat by himself?
He would be eating by himself.
Would you eat with him at all, or would you be doing something on your own?
I would, if I came over there to cook him dinner or get food, I would go down to the basement and eat in front of the TV. My dad loved to read, so he would read while he ate dinner.
What kind of things would he read when he was eating dinner? Leisure stuff, not law stuff, or would it be work?
No, it would be, history books or, war books or whatever book he was reading at the time. We had a library or office in the house, and there was a lot of books in there, and that's what, I do know a lot of his books were in there that he's read.
When he was done eating, would he go back downstairs or stay up on the first level?
He would pretty much go back downstairs.
What would he do when you go back downstairs?
He would go into his office and probably check emails and stuff and have, cigarettes and, just, kind of finish up the day for work.
Judge, do you mind if we can take a break right this moment, if that's okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, we'll take 15. And we'll stick to the 15, if I say that.
15-minute break. Let's see if we have anything to do before everyone steps out here. It's a big guy, 6'6". I'm not saying giant, but he's a big dude. All right, 15-minute break. So we get a stretch break. Okay, time for some yoga or something. Oh, yeah, here we go. Love this song. This is the spicy testimony we're waiting for, but we haven't got to the spicy bit yet for two reasons. First of all, the state is still asking questions. Okay, we haven't got to the good parts. We're still laying foundation, talking about other things. We haven't got to what Scott did himself. Why did he delete the trail camera images? What's the whole deal about the gun? Why was he asking about a gun before we knew that Gary was dead? There's a couple things we have to ask. I'd love to hear a little bit about the exchange, what he thought about Chris's drinking problem, what was really going on that day when he had the Braves tickets, I think it was. There's a couple things we're going to get into. Defense, I'm sure, is going to go there on cross. And it's going to be good. All right. Man, are we going to get to cross today? I don't know. It's going to be close. I'd say no. I think we'll have cross first thing tomorrow morning. What I'll tell you now is that Scott's testimony compared to Chris, I see there are a lot of similarities between the two brothers. First of all, they have the same beard. They look the spitting image of each other, like twins, a few years apart. But they have similar styles. Scott, not quite so talkative. He doesn't get into the unrelevant or irrelevant, I think would be the right thing to say, as the song comes to an end. Doesn't get into so much of the irrelevant stuff, but he hasn't really been asked the same sort of open-ended questions that were asked of Chris. And so when that day comes, he might start sharing. He might spill the tea on everybody like Chris did. And I'm sure defense is going to throw that back at him. It's like, so what about this? They'll ask something. It doesn't matter what it is. It's something that Chris was asked about. And he's probably going to give an answer. And he's like, so if Chris was just here and testified this, and that's going to be thrown back. And that's going to be interesting to see that dynamic, how it plays out. As Scott, if he's followed the rules, does not know what Chris has testified to. Okay, he has not heard any of this. Chris learned a few things on the stand today, and like one that his dad's secretary admitted to having an affair with him. That was news to him, and he found out live on the stand while we were sitting there. So Scott's story seems more believable in that he does not sound like he is sort of, I don't know, polishing the poop. What do you call that? Like when there's like a skeleton in the closet and you're trying to make it look good, but it's a happy skeleton, you know. He's not sort of putting looking at everything through rose-colored glasses. He's sort of just saying how it is. He had a good view of everything. Life was great. We went on vacations down to the beach. It was Dad's work trips. Dad was making more money. We got bigger houses. We got nicer stuff. Dad drank a lot of Mountain Dew. I think I was hoping to get the how many cans a day question from Scott instead of just from Chris, because Chris says maybe 2. And I say there's no way. First of all, there's no way that Melody, if she's down there constantly cleaning up the dishes from Scott, there's no way that Melody lets 3 weeks of Mountain Dew cans pile up in a garbage. Okay, that's getting dumped at least once a week. That's going to get dumped. So I think he drank a little bit more than 2 Mountain Dews a day, minimum of 2. I think maybe he meant 2 at a time, 1 in each hand, is what he did. Putting lipstick on a pig. That's okay. So maybe this isn't a saying so much. The other jewels. Yeah, a lipstick on a pig is probably a well-known saying there. He's realistic. Gilding the lily. There's another good phrase we could use. Two Dews and a cigarette. I wonder if when he checked himself out of the hospital, he drives back into the garage, he grabs a Mountain Dew on the way in, lights up. Come back on the Dews now. I've stopped. I haven't had the Mountain Dew since my last one. I can quit anytime. Isn't that what I'm supposed to say? I can quit anytime. It's been I'd say, has it been 3 weeks since I've had Mountain Dew? Hi, my name is Scott, and I'm an addict, and I like Mountain Dew. Since my last one, yes. I'll quit when I finish the next one. We've all heard those, yes. I'll tell you what, coming back from the vacation, I did very poorly. Driving on the vacation out there and on the way back, I probably drank a lot of 2 liters worth of Mountain Dew. But once I came back, I got back on my salads for lunch, and I've been having those pretty good salads for lunch. Trying not to have extra lunches, and I've tried to stop the Dew. So, as you should on vacation, says Ashley. Yes, that's what the vacation is. What do you think you're vacationing from? You're vacationing from not having Mountain Dew. Let's see. As we're still waiting for court to come back, I will say we've got a counter. You guys need to keep me honest on this one if I'm missing anything. The counter's up to 110 verbal buffers for the judge. These are times that the judge just says, He does all these sounds. And it's just when, it's spinning, it's buffering in his head, but his mouth is still making the noise. And we're counting that. He's up to 110. I think we've been a bit conservative on the count. Probably could have maybe a dozen or so more if I was strictly following the rules, or if you guys were reminding me when I missed a couple. But I think it's a pretty good count right there. We are not counting the number of times I do it, or the number would be much higher. And I know that. But we're just counting the judge this time. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? All right. I'm not sure what the plan is, but we'll roll with it. Tonight we have a podcast, and I will be here. Thomas may or may not have a commitment. He's going to find out. If Thomas is not here, Mrs. R.A. will be here. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. You want a mic?
I am currently making up a list of all the questions that I had before we started YouTube about what it takes to be on YouTube, what it takes to succeed on YouTube. And I had a thing with the Holderness family. I was like, how are they doing this? And I just really wanted to go talk to the Holderness family and just interview them and figure out what works, what doesn't work, how, what have you changed over time? And so I have all these questions. So I'm writing these questions kind of from my past self, if I had a chance to go and actually talk to them, because I think I'd have different questions today.
I cannot wait to hear these answers. Am I supposed to do the answering?
Yeah, you're going to do the answering. It's going to be amazing.
Guys.
And I got to say, Thomas, you don't know this yet, but here we go. If you're available, I'd like to interview Thomas as a mod too. I'd like to know what about the mods. I want to sort of peek behind that as well. But I don't know. I mean, no pressure. I don't know.
Awesome. Or we might just roll with our rundown. And Mrs. Ari will just step
Don't
in.
you guys want to know? Tell the truth. Don't you want to know the answers to the questions that I'm making up right now?
She has, I kid you not, she has a notebook and a pink pencil.
I want to know. In my past self, just really wanted to know the answers to all these questions.
What about? She says, I hope I can make it, or I hope I can't make it. One of the two.
Yeah. Otherwise, just like, I just decided I'm busy.
I'm out. Anyway, we're going to have a podcast. The podcast is tonight. It's the Not Relevant podcast. We talk about things generally not directly related to what we cover during the work week. It is a little bit of a break from a step back from the heaviness of trials, as we're talking about murder most days. And that could weigh on the soul a little bit. So we take a little lighthearted look at that. It is live, so we encourage all of you to be here and participate in chat. There may be some polls involved. We'll see.
Yeah, and frankly, if I get my way and we get to do this interview, I'm going to need more questions, because just because I came up with them doesn't mean that's all the questions. You guys may have other questions.
Yeah, could happen. Yeah, 6 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Eastern, which makes it 7 p.m. Central.
Good job.
Pacific, I don't know.
You guys are on your own.
They can never tell what time Pacific is. It's like 5 Pacific, right? Donnie says, I participate. Yes. On this trial, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for one thing, and you guys know what it is. I'm waiting for the evidence. We have covered motive and opportunity with everybody except for the defendant. Well, really, I think we need more of that. But I just have not seen the evidence. It's not there yet. So I'm hoping. I mean, the state has to have something. First of all, this is a long trial. I realize they've got more. We know we're going to hear jail calls where it just sounds guilty, like, whoa, she said what? Yeah, type thing. We're going to hear those calls between her son. I know that her son, agreed to have his phone calls with her recorded, and those were offered to the police. We might hear those through this testimony. That's why I think that we might not get to cross today, because it'll take a while to get through all those. But where's the evidence? And the thing is, if the state's theory is that he was shot and killed in the house, there has to be some evidence to support that. And the drops of blood they have right now, so far we have none of his blood anywhere in the house. And that's a big problem. Because
wait, back up.
Yeah.
There's none of his blood in the house?
There's blood in the house, but the only place the blood was tested that we know of where it came back with the result of who it was her blood on her shoe.
Oh, but there was a lot of blood there that might have been his blood that they didn't test?
Little, like we found a drop on this stair, and we found a drop over there, and we found a drop over here. And on the edge, this tested for positive, could have been blood, but we, can't be sure. But everything that was tested, I think the only thing that came back was her shoe, and it was her blood. Her blood does not a murder make, because she's still alive. And the drops are tiny.
Sorry to ask this, but how was he killed? Was it in a way that does not require blood?
Barbecue and shot.
But
not barbecue, just bonfire.
First shot, right?
Well, his remains had a bullet lodged in the rib, and that part concerns me as well, because lead melts at a fairly low temperature. Mm-hmm. And having the remains melt, but the bullet stays intact. I don't know how that works, especially if it's got like a red. They saw the red eraser. They said it looked like an eraser. That was the plastic polymer tip in the hollow point
That did not melt?
That didn't melt?
Or did it melt
Some
and
things
harden
just don't add up.
again?
Unless, and this is, I'm sorry if somebody's eating, this gets really gross, but this is the only thing I can think of that can get us there. Unless this was embedded in the remains and the process of clearing out the remains exposed something that wasn't directly exposed to the flame. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really gross. But
Except the remains we saw left padding.
There was not much left. I eat every time this content comes up, says to me.
There's something wrong with you.
There's something odd about this. I think most people look at this, they look at her and say, you're what, 100 pounds soaking wet, 120 maybe on a bad, spell. I don't know. How do you say that?
On a heavy gravity day.
Yes. When gravity is especially oppressive, 120, and he weighs 300. She's like maybe 5'2". He's 6'5".
Wait, I'm still stuck on how did he expire that caused no blood?
Nobody knows. There's a bullet. There's a fired bullet, 38 caliber bullet, sitting on the floor downstairs, just with nothing else has a hole in it. Okay, he could have, but we don't know that. And there's a bullet that's embedded in a rib bone.
But wait a minute.
In the burn pit.
If he had a hole, then there would be blood.
You would think that's what holes do.
Generally.
Mm-hmm.
Could she have cleaned it up, or somebody have cleaned it up?
One of the police officers, when he arrived, says it smelled like bleach. Guess what? She keeps an immaculate house. Okay. And the kids who lived there, who were there before the police, said nothing out of the ordinary. We didn't smell. At least Chris said nothing. We were there before the cops came. We were there in the house. We were looking all over for Dad or Big Papa, Big Daddy. I don't know what his name is. And they didn't smell anything. One officer says he did. One officer at the burn pit says I smelled a really strong smell of citronella at the burn pit, which could be used as a
mosquito
accelerant.
Oh, it also keeps mosquitoes gone.
Keeps mosquitoes away and accelerant. So no mosquitoes and hot fire.
I guess. Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to make an
wait
announcement?
a minute.
Do you want to make an unrelated announcement?
How did he expire if there's no blood?
We don't know because they burned the remains.
But there had to, I don't remember. I can't remember which words. This is one of my questions for tonight. Which words can you use on YouTube? Can I say died?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can use all the words.
Okay. If he died in the house.
We don't use them to be for shock value. Does that make sense? We don't use shock value words. And I say we use our words. You can't use all the words. I've banned some of those.
Okay. Hang on a second.
If he died.
They're thinking that he died by bullet. He did not die on the fire. That's not how he died.
We don't know how he actually lost, what killed him. Because of the condition of the remains. You don't know. I mean, unless you have a video of it happening or, eyewitness, you just don't know. We know that there was a text that was sent by the wife to a friend. Judge is coming back, so we're about to start. Where she said, I hope he dies an agonizing death alone.
Yeah, I'm still standing on my people say angry things that they do not follow through with stand.
We know that he was going to light the burn pit. He was planning on burning it the time that it was burning. Okay. So he would be out there. There's a possibility he was shot and killed, shot into the fire and killed. But I don't see any evidence that there was a tractor that he was hauled out there on the RTV or anything else.
So hang on. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that he was killed in the house. It's not?
It's their theory that he was killed in the house and that she used a wheelbarrow, rope, tractor, or RTV or D, all of the above, to get his body out on the burn pile.
Why? Why are they assuming that if there's no bullet, there's no hole,
because she can't lift him. So she needs somewhere.
No, but I'm saying, why are they assuming that it took place in the house? Why not outside?
Because they found a bullet and some drops of blood in the house.
Okay. People, no, that is terrible.
It is. We just don't have the evidence to say what happened yet. So we're waiting for more. There was a missing gun, supposedly. Scott, the live-in son, not live-in, he lived in the barn on the property. It says there was a gun missing that should be there that supposedly was in the caliber that he was shot with. But the ammunition for that gun or ammunition that fit that gun was in Scott's drawer in the barn.
Okay, I just cannot get past the assumption that he was killed in the house and there's absolutely no evidence of that. Why are we sticking to that? That doesn't make any sense. And it seems pretty key to the whole everything.
You would think that you'd have to prove who killed him to get a murder conviction.
And kind of where, if that's, I mean, it doesn't have to be precise, but I mean, if the whole thing is, hey, she dragged him out of the house, but there's no real evidence that he was in the house, why are they barking up this tree? Why?
I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions. I will tell you there's a lot of spice. This family had issues. I think they went out to eat too much. I mean, you could say that he drank too much Mountain Dew. I think they went out to eat too much because we are hearing nothing
let's go to jail.
But brand names. It's not a crime. But we're hearing nothing but brand names of restaurants and how good the food is. We've got, and that's why it's on the thumbnail. We've got we've got restaurant after restaurant over restaurant. We've got Cracker Barrel, Denny's, McDonald's, Wendy's, everything. Okay, we're coming back to court right now, I think. So we'll have audio here in just a moment. But there's Scott right there. Big guy, tan suit, blue tie. He's going to take the stand. 6'6". I think he said like 265.
That's her son?
Yeah, she's the son. That's the mom right there on the screen. They don't talk anymore. The sons don't talk. There is a disputed estate that if she is found not guilty, she receives. And if she's found guilty, they receive.
Ooh.
Yeah, so there's motive all over the place. Everybody had financial trouble, except for Gary, who was making good money, but they were spending it as fast as he could earn it. And we've got one daughter. There are two sons, two daughters. One daughter's on her side, one daughter's with the boys. And they don't speak to the person who betrayed them, the turncoat. All right, we are back. Mrs. Ari, thanks for joining me. I look forward to possibly joining you on the podcast tonight. If not, I look forward to joining Thomas on the podcast. Either way. Podcast tonight, 8 o'clock.
Thank you.
Please be here.
Remind you you're still on drugs, okay? Yes, sir. We were talking about your dad's habits, his routine. I think we were talking about your dad would check his emails. Is that something he would do constantly? Is he always checking work emails and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Vacations, it didn't matter, was your dad working?
Oh, yes.
When he would go downstairs, so eat dinner, go upstairs, eat dinner, come back downstairs, work a little bit, did he ever go into that movie theater room or the home theater room?
It was either there or the other TV down in the basement. He would sit and watch TV.
What kind of shows and things would he watch? Was it random stuff, YouTube, or something else? What would he
MASH.
do?
Either the History Channel or he liked old TV shows, like old westerns and Andy Griffith, MASH.
Yes.
Those are the shows.
Called it.
And I know you liked the TV show The Office. He liked watching that as well, too.
And would he be kind of by himself when he would do that?
Yes.
Now, where did you live on the property?
I lived above the barn in an apartment.
Okay, so not in the house
No.
with your mom and dad. After he would, was it pretty much this is his routine? Every night he comes home, dinner, go downstairs, work a little bit, go watch TV, go to bed?
Pretty much. The only time that it would change would be, on a Friday he would come home and start doing some kind of project, doing some kind of work on the farm.
And where would he sleep?
He slept in the bedroom down in the basement.
Every night?
Yes, sir.
Would he sleep? Would he lock his door?
No, he would not.
When your mom, where would she sleep?
She would have slept in the master bedroom.
Would she ever use something to brace or lock her door?
I didn't see her do it, but I saw one sitting behind the door of the bedroom.
Saw what was it? Describe for the jury.
If I remember right, it was kind of like a prop bar. It had a flat surface on one side and kind of a fork on the other. It was white, I want to say, but it was, you put it up under the door handle.
The doorknob itself?
Yeah, so it was kind of like a state-of-the-art version of propping a chair up underneath it for keeping somebody from opening the door.
How would your dad sleep, and what kind of clothing?
He always slept naked.
I'm sorry?
He always slept naked in the nude.
That's just what he did?
Yeah.
I believe your dad was about, is it 58 at the time of his death?
Yes, sir.
Was your mom about the same age?
Yes.
I believe
As
they've
a
been
jaybird.
Together for
Yep.
38 years?
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk to you about your mom. I think I understand, but you've referred to her as Melody. Do you not call her mom anymore?
No.
Because of this?
Yes.
Now, up to this point, though, until this occurred, did you get along with your mom?
We had our good days and bad days. We did a lot of stuff together. Because my dad was at the office, and whenever she was home, you know, she liked to decorate the house, and, you know, I did a lot of the projects there at the farm. Like I did the backsplash on the bar down in the basement, and finished out the so-called wine cellar. And she would always be, you know, decorating or wanting to paint something, and so we would do a lot of stuff like that together, and go to Scottsdale Farms and buy plants to plant out around.
Did your mom graduate from college? Do you know?
As far as I'm aware, no, she did not.
Was she smart? Is she smart?
Not like my dad, but she's not dumb.
Common sense?
Oh, yes.
She hardworking?
You know.
She work outside?
Oh, yes, man. All the time we worked in the yard.
She hands-on?
Yes.
Would she get in there and do projects with y'all? Or with you?
It depends on what project. I mean, she didn't help my dad and I do the stone wall between the house and the pond, but she got out there and planted plants and, you know, shoveled mulch around.
Did she get her hands dirty?
Yes.
Could she get things done if she wanted to?
Yes.
Would you consider her strong-willed or weak-willed?
Strong-willed.
Does she have opinions?
Oh, yes.
Is she afraid or shy to share those opinions?
No.
Would she have opinions about you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
About her other children?
Oh, definitely.
Now we're
Chris.
Here we go.
She kind of favored Emily and definitely Amanda.
How about your dad?
My dad was harder on my brother and I. He was a sucker for my sisters. You know, they're his baby girls. My dad was old school. He, you know, I remember growing up, if I needed $5, I needed to tell him 5 reasons why I needed it. So.
Is that just how he was?
Yeah. He tried to just, you know, instill discipline in us. Make us, you know.
Make us beg?
A good person, a better person.
Did your dad like things, like extravagant things, or what was his taste in? What kind of things did he like? If you said, my daddy really liked fill in the blank, what would it be?
It's kind of tough. I mean, he always wanted to take care of other people first. He always put everybody else first. He made sure Melody had what she would want to have, and all of us. I mean, he always made it a point to make sure, you know, we all had the best Christmas as possible. And he wasn't really, you know, he drove a Suburban. He drove it until over 200,000 miles, and it was me who convinced him, go buy yourself a Mercedes. I mean, you deserve it. I mean, he wasn't a flashy person, so it's kind of hard to say.
What kind of Mercedes did he have?
It was an E-Class.
Tell me what that means. I don't know what that means.
E-Class is kind of your mid-size sedan. He looked at the S-Class, which is the big, fully sized Mercedes, and he was just like, it's just too much car. I don't need that.
How much of those cars cost that he had?
Well, his, I mean, brand new, that was, at that time, probably would have been maybe $60,000-$70,000 car.
What kind of car did your mom have?
Well, she drove Infiniti G35 for the longest time, and then she drove the Toyota Sequoia.
What kind of car did you or vehicle did you have
At which point I've had.
around the time of your dad's death?
I was driving the so-called farm truck, which was a Chevy 2500 diesel, non-dually. It was just a regular back axle. We didn't have the wide tire ones.
That was your dad's truck. You purchased it.
Yeah, he purchased it, and it was titled for a farm truck for tax write-off, but it was
Sure.
I drove that vehicle.
Your vehicle / the work truck.
Yes.
If I said, what kind of things does your mom like around the time of your death, or the death of your father? Just fill in the blank. What things did she like? What were her things?
What do you mean, and what she liked?
She have expensive things like furniture. What was her things that she really?
Everything she had was like top of the line, Tory Burch or Chanel or
LL Bean.
All high-end clothing. It was.
She liked Christmas trees.
Oh yes.
Around Christmas time, would she decorate the house?
Yes, she would.
Tell the jury how she would decorate the house and how many Christmas trees y'all have.
What? 1, 2, 3. There was about 4 or 5 Christmas trees. She did all the inside stuff. She was very good at it. I will say the Christmas trees we had were something you would see in like a Southern Living magazine. She liked to collect the Christopher Racco ornaments, which is a very sought after ornament because they're hand blown, hand painted.
Say that again? I didn't catch that.
They're called Christopher Racco ornaments.
Take it they're expensive?
They vary in price. They can range from $10 a piece to several $100s a piece. It just depends because he changed his ornaments every year. That's why they were collectors.
She do things like that?
Oh yeah, she very enjoyed it very much.
Rolling Stone's Diamond Anniversary ornament, just $83.
Have parties for the law office or go to parties for the law office?
I remember, when I was in like middle school and maybe early parts of high school, my dad would have firm Christmas parties at the house. So there would be a lot of people over there, and that kind of ended before I graduated high school.
Did your dad take care of your mom when it comes to things that he provide nice things for?
All the time, yes.
Like, did she have fur coats, mint coats, whatever you call it? Did she have nice clothing?
Yes.
Did she have nice jewelry?
Yes.
She had nice dishes and things like that in the house?
Yes.
Clothing?
Yes.
She liked to shop?
Oh, yes.
Did you give her money so she could shop?
Yes. Well, she had, pretty much our entire life, she always had full access to the bank account. It was just the last 2 or 3 years prior to his death that it got restricted.
Things kind of... How would you describe, at the time of your father's death, how would you describe their marriage to each other?
Not good.
Why so?
Because she was constantly disappearing, taking off, spending an abundance of money. Said she was going to do one thing, and that's not what she was going to do. And they were constantly arguing with each other. Never out in public. It was always at the house. But
did your dad ever hit her?
No.
Lay a finger on her?
No.
Was he a screamer, yeller, cusser? What was your dad like when they would argue?
I wouldn't really say it's screaming, but he raised his voice, but he never was screaming so hard that someone would lose their voice. He was never like that.
And what was she like?
Oh, she screamed. She definitely, expressed her feelings in a way, I guess I would say. She was...
What do you mean?
She definitely would scream and cuss and, show aggression.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted used to date my Aunt Sherry, which was my dad's sister.
Your dad has how many brothers and sisters? Or had, I'm sorry.
My dad has an older sister, Patricia, then my dad, and then my Uncle John, and my Aunt Sherry.
So what was Ted related? How was he related or involved with the family? So was Sherry?
Ted was dating Sherry.
And what time was this, and about how old were you when this was going on?
If I remember right, they started dating roughly maybe when Amanda was born. So they were together for a very long time. Pretty much all of ours childhood.
How many years do you think they were together? Are you talking about 5, 10, 15, 20? What
Yeah, definitely north of 15, I would say.
And did you see him often?
Every Christmas and Thanksgiving.
I put a link up for those Christopher
And
Radko
at some point,
ornaments.
did you notice something, or
on
did
Amazon.
you learn of something going on between him and your mom?
Yes. So when my grandmother, Melody's mother, Kay Walker, when she had a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery, I basically went with her and I stayed with my grandmother in the hospital, especially when she was in the ICU.
When was this? What year are we talking about?
This is 2005 or 6. So, I was up there for quite a period of time. I ended up, quitting my job at Regal Nissan to, help out, with this situation, because my dad was still, working. And
So how long a time would your mom and you be separated from your dad?
we would stay up there for several weeks. It depends on what condition my grandmother was in and all. But for the beginning of it, we pretty much did not leave from being up there. It's once she got out of the ICU and got moved into a more private room, that's when we kind of didn't have to be up there as much.
So this is taking care of your mother's mom?
Yes.
Maternal mother, grandmother.
Yes.
And the defendant was there to help her mom, and you were with her?
Yes.
How did Ted come into the picture?
So, Sherry and Ted, they lived there in Muscle Shoals, Florence area and all. So, whenever we would go out to eat, we a lot of times went to eat with them. We always went to Logan Roadhouse or somewhere like that. And then after a couple months, I remember the night we went to Logan's Roadhouse, and Ted came up and grabbed my mother's rear end like somebody would be doing who's in a relationship, like a full-blown relationship. And that right there triggered. And from there on, she started disappearing. She would leave, say, I'm going to run to the store, and not come back until either very, very early in the morning or till the next day, and leave me stranded with no vehicle.
Did you talk about this to your brothers and sisters? Did they know, or just you?
I think I've probably told Chris. Don't really remember if I told Emily or Amanda. I did get my dad. I told him, I was like, she keeps running off of Ted. And, they keep going and doing things together and leaving me stranded at the hospital or the house with no vehicle.
Would your dad help take care of your mother's mom, your grandmother, her mom? Would your dad do anything financially or anything to help her?
Christine, thank you so much.
If I remember right, I know he kind of helped I want to say my grandparents had like a mortgage on the house for some kind of project, something with the foundation or something. I think he kind of took control of paying for that. I don't know if it was my grandmother's money or his money, but he kind of, took controls of the, finance side of the mortgage.
Did you ever know anything about a $50,000 home equity loan or something like that involving Ted Wiley?
No.
Did your parents, because of Ted or anything, did they ever separate or have an issue that you saw?
From what I remembered, it was by this time I was in the process of joining the Army. I went through basic training, and I was deployed to Iraq within 4 months of coming out of basic training.
That's quick.
So I was over in El Paso, Texas, not here. And I do remember I deployed, and I remember getting an email from my dad, and he, stated that he was going to be filing for divorce. I responded with, do what you got to do, but I really don't want to be, I don't need to know anything else. I got too much going on over here.
And that was over Ted?
P.S.
Yes.
Send money.
What year was that?
That either had to be 2009 or 2010, so I was deployed to Iraq.
And after you got that email, did your dad ever say anything else to you about what was going on?
No, sir.
Did he follow through any more on the divorce, or was that the last you heard about that?
That was the last I've ever heard about it.
And then you came home?
Yes.
Just at this time, I'm tendering to evidence S. Ferris, number 10. I don't think there's an objection to it.
No objection.
That's a move.
The dude in the back is sleeping, and I'm jealous.
Scott, you should have in front of you a monitor. Is it working?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand this to you, so you can look whichever one you want to. This is Stacy Exhibit S. Ferris 10. We're taking your name and using numbers with that, but
Take away your number.
Can you tell us what, at the top it has an email there. Can you read that email for us?
Gary4250@gmail.com.
And what is the company that sent this?
That would be from Bank of America.
And if you could just read out loud what it says.
Hi Gary, credit transaction was made above your chosen alert limit. Amount $165.82. Credit card, Bank of America, Visa, Platinum Plus, ending in 1727. Where at Scottsdale Farms and Company, Alpharetta, Georgia. Type retail. Transaction date July 1st, 2018.
Scottsdale Farms?
Did your dad have several credit cards and things like that?
Yes, he did.
Did he have the ability that he would get notice if anything was, I think, over $20 or something like that?
As far as I'm aware, any kind of transactions, he would get some kind of notification.
And if he was notified, would he ever ask you about what you're doing with the money or what was going on?
Yes.
How quick would he be on that? Like, if he got a notice, how quickly could you get a phone call or a text message?
It varied. It could be within 5 minutes, or it could have been later on that evening.
Now, this one in particular, do you know what that card was or who had it?
I presume that might have been
No. If you don't know, don't
the one my
guess.
dad had. I'm not. 100%, because there was several different credit cards.
Now,
We've seen
Dad controlled the
12 of them.
finances in the family. Is that right?
Yes.
If you would just tell the jury when it came to your finances, what type of access to a debit card, a credit card, whether it's personal or for the farm work, tell the jury what you would have.
So I would either have, beginning off, I would, get his debit card. I'll get it for him to go buy horse feed or, fertilizer or anything like that. And then he wound up giving me a credit card that I kept all the time. And that's, a lot of purchases were made doing that. I do know at one point he gave me a debit card, and that was, I don't know if it was his main account. I don't think it was, because he would constantly have to put money into it. So if I, needed to go get food or fertilizer or something like that, a lot of times there wasn't enough money in it, and I would have to send him a text saying, hey, put some money in it, in the account, so I could go and buy this and this and this.
And would he do anything to, would he ever get on you about your spending?
Every once in a while. So I worked for my dad, when I got released from the military, I got back into selling cars for a little while. And then I worked at a warehouse, and then by the time we lived on the farm, we realized it was kind of a full-time job and all, so I kind of maintained it. And we had an agreement, because I lost my job at the warehouse, and, we sat and talked, and he's like, well, look, this property is a lot of work and everything like that, so, I'll give you a credit card, and you're able to go and, have lunch and stuff like that and all. But, if any time I really want to go buy myself something, which I never really did, I'll let them know, or so-called, hey, is it okay if I go buy this?
Let me ask you about, let's go and talk about your work you did on the property. 2155 Purcell Lane, that's a hobby farm?
Yeah, I would say.
Were y'all looking at several places before your dad bought that?
We looked at a couple of different properties. Some we just didn't like at all. It got down to this property and one other property. I do know.
What was the difference between this one and the other one?
This one had a lot more land. The other one sat on I wouldn't call it a lake, very large pond. And it was on the back side of it. And, when we looked at it, the cove was pretty dried up. And so it wasn't much of a lake. So,
So who wanted in the family, including all your brothers and sisters, who won the one at the lake, if you would, and the farm that you moved into? Who was up for what? Let's start with Amanda. Which one did Amanda want?
I don't think she ever saw it.
How about Emily?
I don't think she ever saw it either, too, and neither did Chris.
Which one did you want?
I went with my mom and dad to look at the properties.
What, did you have a favorite out of the last two?
The one, yeah, I liked the one that he ended up purchasing more.
How about between your mom and dad? Did they like one over the other?
I mean, realistically, I think it came, would say, a coin toss in a way. I mean, I gave my points. I was like, look, you got a lot more stuff you can do, on this property versus the other one.
So when you end up, your dad going after and buying the farm, what year was that?
Around 2013.
And how old were you at that time?
Oh, you're going to make me do math.
I am. I'm not very good at myself, so we can figure out together.
I'll make him do some math.
Had it been around 30, maybe.
Well, let's see. Was it 35 when your father?
Yes.
You're about to turn 36?
I just turned that July 7th. I would have been
35. Okay, so that was 2018 for 5 years, so around 30.
Mhm.
And so did you live on the, so you were working and living on the property about 5 years?
Yes. From the time they purchased it to the time of his death, I lived there.
And Scott, I'm not trying to be insulting. I don't know any other way to really ask it, but what I want you to tell the jury, and what I'm interested in is what kind of contract, I imagine it's just word, just a spoken agreement, but did you get an allowance? Did you get a stipend? Did you get a salary? What was how did you make a living and buy stuff, and what was the arrangement between you and your father while you worked the property?
There was no contract or anything like that. It was basically, so around the time that, you know, that we were the recession was kind of starting to turn. You know, when I first got out of the military, I tried to join Milton Police Force. Couldn't, since I was not post-certified, they didn't have the funds to hire me on. And once I started looking into other cities and counties, it was all the same thing. So work was still hard to find, like decent paying. So, you know, and the job I had at the warehouse, I was making $10 an hour. And once I got, you know, I was let go from that job, we sat down and talked, and I was like, look, I want to still pursue, you know, law enforcement, but there's nothing I can get into right now. And that's when we came on agreement that, you know, I would manage the farm, because since he was working Monday through Friday in Atlanta, that, you know, basically he would give me a credit card, debit card, and, you know, I was able to go eat lunch and stuff like that and pay my cell phone bill. I didn't have much bills at all. So he never really gave me an allowance, except for the time that, you know, he decided to open up the other bank account, and you know, he didn't keep a lot of money in it, because around that time Melody kept asking for the card I had and going off and buying stuff.
Did your dad want her to have that card?
No, especially the credit card. When he gave me the credit card, I remember he sent me a text saying, hold on to this like your life depended on it, or something. But
to keep it away from the defendant?
Yes. He basically said, don't give this card to anybody.
Which credit card would that be?
I believe that was the Ducks Unlimited Visa card.
When you worked the land, there were horses and animals and things, pigs, goats, chickens. You all had all kinds of stuff on there, didn't you?
Yeah, we had everything pretty much except for cattle.
All right, now your first house, now your mom's background, her father and mother had it's Ace Hardware or some type of hardware store?
Ace Hardware, yes, sir.
So more of kind of a country background or a rural background?
No, Musk Shoals it wasn't a huge town, but it was. I mean,
from the country or from the city is usually how I ask people. Would you say your mom was from the country or from the city?
Man, honestly, I want to kind of say in between, but it was.
Fair enough.
No, there was no, you know.
How about your dad?
Not country.
Okay. Did they grow up having horses and things like that and animals?
No, none of us ever had that.
So when they got this hobby farm, did any of y'all know anything about horses and how to take care of them and ride them?
No, we did not.
Was it a learning experience?
Yes.
How many horses did y'all have on the property, and where'd you get them from?
We had 4 horses. The first horse we got was Rebel. Some people down the road, they were moving. He was an older horse. They gave him to us along with a pony, but the pony was already promised to somebody else. So we just kind of took care of it for a little while until that person was able to come and get it. And then we got Bluebell, Chester, and Blackjack, the other 3 horses. And that was, we purchased them through a friend of the neighbors, Jackie. She lived down the hill from the farm.
Jackie has some type of place for donkeys or something like that, or rescue, or
At the time, she had a buttload of chickens, all kinds of fancy little hen ones and pigeons and big chickens. She had a whole bunch of chickens.
was her house stand out in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, you had to pass it every single time you came to the farm.
And was Jackie close to your mom?
She hung out with her quite a bit.
Now, these horses, who would ride the horses?
I would, my mom would, my nieces, my dad once in a blue moon.
Did he get thrown from a horse or anything?
He did get thrown one time. He got on Chester. Chester was a more high-spirited horse. And what I mean by high-spirited, that, you know, if a squirrel jumped from branch to branch, he would jump. He would get startled. So it took a more experienced rider to ride him. But my dad wanted to ride him, and I was nervous about it. And sure enough, when he got on him, he started bucking and bucked my dad off.
Did he get hurt?
He did. He hit his head when he came down, and we ended up taking him to the hospital to get a CT scan because my medical training from the Army, I've noticed that he wasn't answering all the questions right that I was asking him, and
got his bell rung.
Yeah, he definitely.
How about your mom? Did your mom ride the horses?
She did.
She ever get hurt by the horse?
There was one day, it was first day of college football, and my Aunt Sherry was on her way into town, and I was up in my apartment about to start watching football. I think the Alabama game was about to start, and she called me and said, "Get down here, I just got kicked by a horse." And I go down there, she got kicked in the leg, and her kneecap was on the side of her leg.
What year was that?
I want to say 2016.
Did she ride the horses after that?
When she was finally able to, yes. I think I remember her getting on. I don't really remember, but I know my dad didn't get back on a horse after he got bucked off.
When it came to taking care of the animals, part of your, I guess, duty or job that you would do, how many animals, what was your routine every day for the animals? What time did you have to feed them? What did you have to do?
I would wake up in the morning, and depends on, a lot of times we left the horses out in the pasture. But if I knew there was bad weather coming or it got more winter time and all, that's when I would start bringing them in the barn. So I will wake up, we had a whole bunch of goats. I would feed the goats, make sure everybody had water, feed, and just kind of along those lines. And then I would start, blowing off driveways and stuff like that, keeping the place looking nice.
How long would it take you feed them how many times a day? Or what were your routine?
About twice a day. So in the morning, it depends on the animals. So the horses, they would get a little bit of feed in the morning and then some in the evening. Same with the goats. They would get feed in the morning and feed in the afternoon and be grazing out in the pastures.
How much interaction would your dad have when it came to taking care of the horses or the animals or anything?
He didn't. I do not ever remember my dad feeding animals.
How about your mom?
She would do the chickens up by the house, occasionally come up and feed the chickens and all. But no, it was not on a regular basis.
About the goats?
I don't ever remember her feeding goats.
This is crazy that we're talking
Did y'all
about
have
this
to
stuff.
bottle feed the goats at all or anything at times?
Oh yeah, we did. I mean, we had a lot of baby goats that were born. Not all goats are going to accept their babies. Some of them reject them. And, lo and behold, a lot of times, when a goat gives birth, they can pass away from it. It's just like humans. There's a lot of life and death on a farm. You're always having something born and you're always having something die.
And did you ever have to dispose of any animals, dead bodies, or anything like that?
A lot of chickens. they get sick very easily, or a fox will come and kill them. Ducks as well too. We've had some goats that pass away. They either get sick or, the first group of goats we had, we bought them from somebody that was, their parents, I believe, passed away or something, and we bought all the goats they had. That was our first goats.
Would you ever burn goats?
No.
Did you ever throw them on the burn pile?
No.
That's not something you would do?
No. I would have buried them.
Where would you bury them on the property?
Majority of the time, the goat pen, because that was the softest, easiest ground to dig. Because the goat pen was...
Bury them in the goat pen?
One of the previous owners built a very large retaining wall and filled it in. From what I was told, there was a lion in that. So...
I'm sorry?
A lion. I don't know if it was...
Like lion, tigers, and bear lion?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of lion, but... the neighbors told us at some point there was a lion in that
And that's where
cage.
the ghosts were at.
So that, it turned out to be a perfect goat pen because it had a high fence, barbed wire coming out, had a metal...
Where is that? If I was looking at your house, where would that be?
It would have been right behind the barn. Backside of the barn along the property edge.
There's no way this attorney knew he was going to say that. That is crazy.
This is aerial 3. This is the house here. Where, I'll take the cursor of the hand.
You need to go up to the barn.
To the barn, all right?
To the barn, okay. Now go to the left. Now go straight up. Right
there was a cougar in the house. There was a lion in the goat pen.
Okay.
That's
so
what I'm
behind the
hearing.
barn.
Yes.
Did the horses get out a lot?
Every once in a while they would.
Now, when I say get out, that's what, in this case, you're talking about the horses get out. We're going to be talking about that. What does that mean to you? If the horses got out, what would that mean?
They were not in a pasture.
Were they
soft pasture.
Were they running on Purcell Lane up the road and things like that?
Sometimes, yes. They would get actually off the property and be at a neighbor's house. I've had to go all the way to the very back end of Purcell to get a couple horses.
And when they would get out, what would you have to do to get them back in?
I would just grab a feed bucket, put some feed in it, and walk down and start shaking it, and they follow me like little puppy dogs.
How often would that happen?
It was rare.
Do you know
but
what?
It did happen.
Do you know how or why they would get out?
99% of the time, it was because somebody left the gate open.
Who would that somebody be?
And when it came to all the horses and things on the property, was there a certain pattern, like they would be put up at night, or were they just left out in the fields?
The horses, like I said earlier, it depend on weather, temperature, and everything like that. Goats were put up every single night. Chickens always went back into their chicken coop at night. So the door had to be closed on that. So the main animals that always had to be put up were the goats, the chickens, and obviously Luke and Leroy, the labs.
Would you do anything different around 4th of July when fireworks were coming out or anything for the horses? Or like on the 3rd? Did y'all do anything different on July 3rd for the horses?
We always left them out because, they will get scared from fireworks, but it's always safer to leave a horse out in a pasture than in a stall because they would jump around and everything like that, and you don't want a horse getting hurt. So they would be left outside. So if they got scared, they had room to run. But if they were in a stall, they would jump and hit their head or something on the stall walls.
Did you like the animals?
I loved them.
Was that something, a passion you enjoyed, or?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. The horses were like dogs to me. I took care of them all the time. Horses do have personalities just like dogs.
Do you miss them?
I do.
We've talked about the whole circus. Can we talk about the murder?
At this time, I'm tendering to evidence Stacy's exhibits S. Ferris 1 through 4.
No objection.
Thanks, dude.
I'm going to look at some stuff and ask some questions.
Okay.
You can't do that, others.
Did this girl mouth something right when the attorney was in front of her? Look at this. Keep listening. She goes like this. The attorney walks in front and she mouths something.
This is S. Ferris 1. We have some photographs from the property. There were some drone photographs and things like that. But as we look at this photograph here, tell the jury what we're looking at. Now, this is taken at a different time after the July 5th, I believe. But just tell us, what are we looking at?
So we were looking at the bottom section of the house, the basement. This would have been below the big half circle deck. Those double doors right there would have gone right into the basement with the leather chairs and the TV, and behind that would have been the bar.
Are these sliding doors here?
This is the comment
And
of
our
the day.
French doors
right
over here?
Yes.
Wait, there was a
These
murder?
doors, the doors that slide, what is behind this?
That would be, there would have been the leather couch, a couple chairs, coffee table, and
It's where your
TV.
dad would hang out?
Yes. That's where I would go. If I ate over there, that's where I would go down and sit and watch TV and eat dinner.
If I walked opened these doors and walked in, would I run into the bar, the kitchen bar area?
Once you pass the couch?
Yeah, assume the couches are not obstructing my walk. If I walk in, when I walk before the bar, if I turn right, am I going to come down the hallway to your dad's office?
Yes, that's where the hallway was.
If I go and turn left, I go down the hallway to your dad's bedroom?
Yes.
If I walk a little bit further, I can go to left and go up the steps. Is
Yes.
that right? This is S. Ferris 2. Looking, you see the officers, this is when it took some drone photos, but looking here, what I'm going to try to help orient is over in this area where the burn pile is. Can you tell the jury kind of where the burn pile is in relation to the kind of the corner of the house?
So from the corner of the house,
Let me do it this way. So this is S2, S3, and S4. This is the burn pile area looking back. Is this a view of it?
I would kind of say the burn pile's more over on this side.
Indicate to
So
the
if I was
right?
the cameraman, I feel like it would have been a little bit more to the right.
But in this area?
Yes.
Describe for the jury, if you would, if you're walking from the house going out towards the burn pile, are you going uphill or downhill?
Thank you.
You're going to be going downhill.
Welcome to the jury.
And
again.
is your property, is the house on the crown of the top of the hill for the most part?
Pretty much, yes.
Now, behind this, going back to 3, this tree line back here, did you have any trail cameras or anything on?
Yes, it was actually further south, further down the hill from the burn pile.
Going towards the pond that way?
No, this was on the back side. There's the fence where your mouse is. That's about roughly where the fence line is, the property line.
Okay.
And there was a little trail that goes all the way down to the bottom corner.
So back in the woods.
So it was down that way. I had it set up on a tree pointing towards my neighbor's property.
All right. Look at the jury and tell them what you would do with that trail camera and what you did back there.
So my neighbor, Ray, he allowed me to deer hunt on his property right there on the hillside, because all the deer would come either running from our property to his, or they would come from that way. So I just had a better angle of, hunting deer.
How many deer did you harvest from that hunting spot?
Somewhere between, I want to say 6 or 7 deer.
And what would you hunt with?
I would use the first deer I took was with a 20 gauge slug.
It's a shotgun, but
using a
single
shotgun.
files,
And
a
then the
single bullet.
second deer I took, I borrowed a friend's AR-15.
It works.
And took that deer, and then the rest were with a 12-gauge shotgun slug.
If you were, which direction did the camera, the trail camera, point?
It pointed towards my neighbor's property.
All right. In relation to the burn pit, where is that? Where's the trail camera in relation to that?
So if I'm leaned up against the tree that I have the trail camera on, the house would have been to that direction. So the trail cam would have been pointing to you, the house would have been to my left up the hill.
Where's the burn pit?
Let's see if I can figure out which one.
The question was, where is it in relation to the burn pit? Slothful
Is it
thanks
in
for
this
gifting 5
area? Is it
memberships.
another? Do I need to use?
Yeah, it's nowhere.
All right.
We're just going to be looking at trees.
Which way with the mouse pointer should I go where the trail camera is?
Go right. So give or take some yardage, but it'll be, kind of right there pointing, north in this picture. So yes, that way.
So in this area on aerial 9 is where the trail camera would be?
Yes, somewhere in that vicinity.
And then the camera itself is pointing this direction. So left, straight, or right?
Straight.
Straight. Not pointing back to the burn pit?
No.
Not pointing back to the house?
No.
And did you put that trail camera up?
Yes, I did.
How did you look at the pictures and things on that?
At the time, I had like a little SD card thing that I'm able to connect to my cell phone.
Chris, thank you very much.
Pulled up,
Sorry, Ricky, thank you very much. Chris
I
got a
believe at the
membership.
time I had an app that I was able to use to pull it up.
Peter, thank
over
you as
years,
well.
I was just able to, click on a,
Do you remember what brand it was or what trail camera it was?
No, I do not remember.
Is it one of those where you could just sit in the house at night and you get a ding on your phone and tells you ding?
At that time, no.
You have that now?
I do have one like that now that sends it to my cell phone, but I haven't used it in years.
I want to ask you something about fires. Does your dad and your family like fires, burning fires? Does your grandfather or something burn fires?
Well, always growing up, my grandfather burned leaves, and I remember every Christmas after we all opened presents and all, my grandfather would collect up all the wrapping paper and go take it out on his burn pile and light it. And
was there a fire? Tell us about the fire, the first fire at the first house in Alpharetta back in I think around 2008.
Forest fire.
maybe,
Thank you, Josh.
I really don't remember the date on it.
What happened? Just tell us what happened there.
Alley Cat, thank you very
So
much. 14 months.
I remember that night. I remember waking up and fire trucks being out in front of the house, but it was the weekend prior. My dad burned some branches and stuff like that, and some old grass clippings or something like that. It was a little pile back there.
In the backyard or in the woods behind the yard?
In the woods behind the fence, so it was not right up on the house. He burned the stuff, and he, I guess, presumed that he had it put out. Well, it went an entire week. Nothing happened, and then I think it was like the following week or that weekend, I remember waking up and fire trucks being out there.
How big of a fire was it?
It was not no roaring fire. It was like a very, very low to the ground, like small brush fire. Like
how close were the houses in this neighborhood?
There, between each house, there was at least 50 to 80 feet, maybe roughly. There weren't like the cookie cutter style houses where you could put your hand on one house and on the other.
How did your mother feel about this fire?
Really don't remember.
Okay. Let's go to another fire your dad. So your dad said that one wasn't intentional, though, I guess, the fire.
No.
The second fire, I guess, wasn't intentional at the 2155 Purcell, the farm. He caught the house on fire there, too, didn't he?
The basement?
Yeah.
Yes.
In 2016, I think, is when that happened.
Yes. So
tell the jury what happened with this fire that your dad did.
So it comes to find out. So my dad put a cigarette out in the ashtray, and I guess he dumped the ashtray a little too soon into the trash can. But I was up at the barn doing work. He left to go somewhere. I don't know where he went to. But I was up at the barn, and Melody calls me, and she goes, "Do you smell smoke?" I'm like, "No." She goes, "Well, do you see smoke out there?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Well, I'm smelling smoke." Well, I'll look over to the house. I see smoke pouring out of the basement, my dad's office door. I go, "Holy crap, there's something on fire over there." So I run over there, I open the door, and all I see is the trash can burning. So I grab it, throw it outside, grab the water hose.
This is in his office, or?
Yes, it was in the office. So, I put it out. I go and I check the walls. I didn't see anything burning. I put my hand on the wall, didn't feel hot. I looked at the closet that was in the office. That had all the controls for the home audio throughout the house. I opened that up, didn't see anything. So I went upstairs and made me a sandwich, and I came back down and was sitting in that room with the leather chairs and all, watching TV, eating lunch, and all of a sudden the fire alarm started going off again. I go back to the office and I open the closet door, and it's just a wall of fire. And I scream for her to call 911, and I run out, I grab the water hose, and I'm spraying. I'm punching the wall, trying to get holes in it so I can stick the hose in it. And then next thing I know, 2 deputies show up, and I look at them. They're like, "Sir, is this your house?" I'm like, "It's my parents' house." "Yep, yeah, wow. Do you have a baton or anything?" They're like, "No." And so I continue to, spray water and punch holes. And then the fire department showed up, and, the firefighter told me, he's like, "If it wasn't for you, their house would have burned down."
How bad of
He's the hero.
damage
Special
was
K,
to the house?
thank you.
There was
for
more
10
smoke damage than
10
actual
gifted
fire
memberships.
damage. So the fire was mainly contained to that closet. So all the electronics burned up. It was an unfinished closet, so there was a lot of wood.
Was your house like a smart house, had technology?
A good amount. It wasn't like what today's standards would be, but
that was destroyed or damaged?
All the components, the audio components, yes. You had
your-
exposed rafters, so the fire could have spread down to the home theater if I did not put it out in time.
How did your mom react to that fire?
She was pissed.
Did she get on your dad?
I didn't see her get onto it, but knowing her, yeah, she probably chewed his ass out.
Was she concerned with your dad when it came to fires?
Yeah, we both were, because he would start a he would start a fire to burn branches and stuff like that. He would stay around it for a little while, but then walk off to go check emails or do something.
So no common sense when it came to fires.
No, yeah, man. There was a lot of times that I'm like, "Why are you burning right now with the winds blowing like this?" He wouldn't think about the
Did y'all leave him alone with fires?
I mean, I wouldn't stand there and hold his hand while he was burning stuff. No.
Angela,
but,
congratulations on 15 months. Danny Austin,
concerns
thanks
with
for
him
the
in
membership
fires,
gift.
I mean, I always told him, it's like, don't burn a fire when it's, the winds are gusting up to, 15 miles per hour. And
Would he take hoses and things down there, or would he just let
Not really, not over there. He would he would clear off around the fire so nothing was spread out, but I don't ever really remember him dragging the hose all the way down there.
Red Pen, thank you for 5 gifted memberships.
Your mom and you kind of had a joke about you hoped your dad was having a spell so he wouldn't tear anything up.
Greg, happy 37th
was
anniversary
your dad able to tear stuff
from
up and you
Barbara.
don't have to fix it?
Yeah, my dad would start projects and I would end up having to finish them. That would either because, he had to go do something for work, or, he had to go back to work. He would...
Would you and your mother joke about him having spells, hoping that maybe he's having spells so he's not going to mess it, get in anything, y'all could have an easy day?
I don't remember really, but yeah, that could be, a possibility that would have happened. I mean, when he started a project, he would do some pretty big projects.
Would you describe your parents' marriage as living married but living separate lives?
Towards the last, 2 years before his death, maybe, but for the longest time I remember, my mom and dad have always slept in different bedrooms because of my dad's sleep habits. He snored a lot. He had to sleep with a CPAP machine. I remember them, they officially kind of slept in different bedrooms after one night. My dad liked to, toss and turn a lot, and he ended up, flipping over, and his hand went flying over, and it hit her in the face and broke her tooth. So he wasn't a very, steady sleeper. He wasn't out cold. He talked in his sleep. He snored.
Did
he
math
slept
in
with
his
a
sleep,
CPAP
too.
machine, kick, jerk.
So they slept on separate floors?
Even at the old house in Hampton Hall, she would sleep down in the guest bedroom area. My dad would sleep in the master, and
So how many years were they having this sleep in separate places?
for quite a while.
Kelly,
like I said, after
congratulations,
that
17
happened,
months.
they kind of stopped sleeping in the same bed.
10, 15 years? How long?
I would probably say that. Yeah, it's before I want to say since I was kind of in high school.
Your dad had, how many CPAP machines did you know your dad to have?
I only knew he only had one CPAP machine.
How many did you see?
He got new ones every so often, but
At the time of his death, how many CPAPs did you see that your father had?
he only had one.
Selena K, thanks for the gifted membership. All the gifts, those are so
Now,
generous. Thank
you and your
all.
dad, fair to say, like other fathers and sons, y'all have disagreements and argue about stuff at times?
Oh, yes.
I want to go back to the lions, tigers, and bears for a minute, if we could. And the goats. It's the wild tribe.
And did your dad have disagreements with your mom about finances, especially after Ted Wiley and things like that?
Yes. When I came back from Iraq and about the time I got out of the Army, it seemed like everything was normal. They decided to put the house up for sale and go buy the farm. It seemed like a normal marriage. And then a few years after moving back into the farm, that's when she started disappearing again, and then the trouble started back.
Just this time I'm moving to evidence S. Ferris number 6. It's a cell bright extraction between Scott and his dad.
No objection.
Nice mood.
All right, we're getting back to the evidence. No more story time. Evie, thank you very much for gifting the memberships. I think it's Evie. Evie. I think you've gifted a couple now. Thank you very much for your generosity. We are not going to get to cross today. We have just 20 minutes left, 20 to 50, depending on how much the judge allows them to go over. They usually end by 5 or 5:30. We've got a lot to cover still, I think.
Let's go and turn your attention now to page 6. Number 18. It's on the screen there. You can't see that.
Yes.
Now this is, you see number 18. I kind of, with your dad's numbers, your mom's numbers, everybody's numbers, I look at the last 4 numbers there. But 9032, your dad's cell phone number, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So it's a message from him to you, your 2667. Can you tell us what the date that was?
Timestamp says 10/20/2017 at 9:13
a.m.?
a.m., yes.
All right, so it's an incoming, so it's from your dad to you, and this is, I think it's your extraction from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
What was the message? Can you read the body of the message he sent you? Read that into the record for us, please.
So you have my credit card? Question mark.
And then you reply to that in number 19. What was your response?
Yes.
And then number 20, from your dad to you at October 20th, 2017 at 9:14 a.m. After you say you have it, what is his response to you?
Hang on to it as if your life depended on it.
Do you know why he would send you that message?
Because it might.
To me, that was do not give this credit card to anybody.
Including your mom?
Yes.
Was there, up to a point in your parents' marriage, did things, you said you thought everything was going all right at the time, but was there ever a time that did you ever see your mother get upset with your dad?
Quite a few times.
Would she outwardly manifest her anger or upsetness with her husband?
I mean, yeah, she would talk, she would talk trash about my dad to me, to my sisters, my brother. I mean, yeah.
I want to talk to you about an incident. So July 5th, 2019 is when you found your dad remains.
You said 2019?
2018.
Okay.
Go back, I think a couple, you tell us, was there an incident with seeing your mom break a plate?
Yes. I've tried my best to remember the exact date. I know it was prior to his death. It wasn't really, I don't want to say it was several months, but it was within a few weeks or so. We were working on the project between the house and the pond, the big stone walls and everything. And I remember
the lion cage.
I was either planting some plants or doing mulch or something. My dad was on the other side of the property, and she came out of my dad's office doors and screaming and cussing, and she threw a plate up against the wall of the house, and she screamed, "I can't wait till the day he fucking dies. I can't wait till the day I don't have to live with him anymore."
How close were you to this when she did it?
I was within 10 yards.
How far was your dad away?
He was over 100 yards away.
Do you know if he heard it or saw it?
I know he didn't. He never said anything to me that he noticed it, and I don't remember seeing him. So I knew he was up on the other side of the property.
So she walks out, and where does she throw the plate?
So if you walked out of those French doors, there was a wall right there, and right next to it would have been the hot tub. It was up against that wall, right?
How bad was what kind of plate was it, and how bad was it broken?
Well, I mean, if only plate like that would have been, used was the, just the white kitchen plates. We had like two different sizes. We had a bigger set and then a smaller set, but they looked the same.
Did you confront her or say anything to her about that?
No, I don't remember saying anything to her about that.
We had special
you know
plates
what she
just
was
for
upset
throwing.
about, or?
If I remember right, him leaving the plate in the home theater room. And it was probably a plate that he probably had some kind of dessert, key lime pie on. So he would occasionally leave a Mountain Dew can or a plate in the home theater, and her being,
Yes.
she cleaned a lot. She liked to keep a clean house. So stuff like that.
So how mad was she when she did this?
like I said, she came out yelling and cussing and threw it as hard as she could up against the wall, and it shattered into several pieces.
And you were certain she was talking about your dad.
Oh, yes.
She ever say anything like that any other time? That you witnessed?
That I witnessed? No, I don't really remember, no. I mean, she always, talked bad about my dad. It's like she always tried to brainwash us, like he was, such a horrible person. But no, other than that, I never heard her really ever saying, I can't wait for the day he's dead.
I'm going to ask you some questions. We're going to get into the third, fourth, and fifth.
Wow.
This is, just to refresh me, this is Riley One's calendar. It's July 2018. So third, fourth, and fifth, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the family tree.
Coming up to those dates, do you know whether or not your mom, the defendant, was upset about a trip that Chris would use some money, your dad's money, to rent a condo or something for a beach trip?
I do remember, so they all planned to go down to the beach. I remember her making comments to me that, she wasn't happy about it.
Did she ever complain to you about Chris's spending or using money?
I took everything with a grain of salt from that she said about money.
Did she talk about money often?
What do you mean to talk about,
People using money or spending money or things like that?
She always tried to say, Chris is stealing money, or, your
Apparently
father's paying for this and that and this.
He was.
She'd tell you to get a job or anything like that?
Whenever she would get pissed off about something. But then, an hour later, she'd be like, oh, let's go and do this.
Did she ever say anything or do anything because around July 3rd, July 4th, with Chris and the money he was spending to go on the beach trip, did you ever see her say or take any actions because of that, or confront your father or anybody else because of it?
I didn't see anything. I know she wasn't happy about it because, I don't really remember exactly why she was not happy about it. I remember her asking if I was going, and I remember my dad asking me if I wanted to go, and I said no because, somebody's got to stay here and take care of the animals.
Was your dad going to go?
Yes, he was planning on going.
How about your mom?
No, she was not. And the reason why I said I didn't want to go is I said to him, I was like, well, somebody's got to take care of the animals because I'm sure she's going to run off and go to Tennessee.
Up to this point, you said your mom would kind of just disappear or during the week. How often would that occur? If you took it week by week, how often was that happening?
For quite a period of time, it was just at least once a week she would disappear. It always seemed like a Tuesday or a Wednesday or somewhere, in the middle of the week, it seemed like. And then a lot of times she would just send me a text saying, hey, I got to go up to Martha James. I got to take her to the doctor. And she wouldn't be back until the following week. Or
how consistent was this where she would go week per week?
For a while, for the last year and a half.
Up to the week of July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. When was the last time you remember her just leaving?
I mean, that probably would have been the week before, maybe. Or,
so it was up to that the week before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was always had an excuse to go. Martha Jane had to go to this doctor.
And she would be gone. Would she just take day trips, or the other?
Sometimes it would be a day or two. Sometimes she would be gone, 4 or 5 days.
Around this time, did you ever see your mom with more than one cell phone?
Oh, yes.
Tell the jury about that, please.
I noticed that she had 2 cell phones when she'll be on the phone talking, and I'll walk into the house, and her cell phone is laying on the counter. And then a lot of times I kept, I'll walk around the corner, and she would grab her phone and tuck it into her waistband. So I knew she had 2 cell phones. And I told my dad she had 2 cell phones.
Did she use the phones out in open, or where was she using?
No, she tried to hide it from me. I do know that.
Did you ever see her on it?
Well, like I said, that one time I saw her on the phone, but yet I walk in and her phone's laying on the kitchen island.
Did she ever? Where would she keep that other phone?
I have no clue.
Did you ever see her on her person or anywhere on her body?
Like I said, there was many occasions where I walk, into a room or around the corner, and she would move swiftly and tuck it into her pocket or waistband, depending on what she was wearing.
On July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I want to go through that on July. I think July 2nd, which is was that Monday. Did you go play golf that day?
On the 2nd, no.
Do you remember if you went and played golf and then with your friend and went into a restaurant afterwards? Were you playing golf that week? It was one.
I played a lot of golf during that time because Hampton Hall, it was fairly cheap to play. There was only 20-something bucks, I believe it was, to play Twilight golf. So we played a lot of golf.
Right, let's go to July 3rd, that Tuesday. Did you work at the house that day with your mom?
Yes, so the morning of the July 3rd, it was either the day before or 2 days before, we went to Scottsdale Farms and bought some bushes to plant on the back side of the house, so the opposite side of the pond, some holly bushes.
So this is the day before July 4th. Did y'all go to Cherokee Ranch restaurant for lunch?
We always went there.
All right, who did you go with?
It would depend. If my dad was home, him and I would go. If he was at the office, Melody.
On July 3rd, did you go with your mom?
So on the morning of July 3rd, yeah, I went over there with, we drove separate because I was leaving from there to go up to the lake house with all my friends.
And did you see your dad at Cherokee Ranch?
Yes, I did.
But y'all weren't together?
No, he was already there when I came in, and he was sitting, as soon as you walked in the door, there was a booth, only a one-sided booth, so only either one person or 2 people could sit there, and that's where he sat. So, I ended up sitting at a different table.
Did he walk out without talking to y'all?
I ended up, he was still there when I left.
You don't know whether or not your dad walked out or paid and left before you and Melody?
If I remember right, no, he was still there when I left. Because I left, I drove up there separate from Melody. She was in her car, I was in the truck, and they both knew I was going up to the lake house.
And then what did y'all do after that?
So we ate, and I left, and I went to the lake house.
Where did she go?
I have no clue.
Whose lake house did you go to?
Nancy Pierce. It was her lake house, which is basically my second family. I've been friends with them for over 10 years now.
What time did you go up to the lake?
It would have been, around 12, 1 o'clock time frame, lunchtime.
So we went straight from the restaurant.
And how long were you there at the lake on talking about July 3rd now?
I left there, and I was there until she called me and asked when I was coming home. And I said, well, I haven't really decided yet, but wow, what's going on? And she said, well, the horses are out. I go, what do you mean the horses are out? She's like, your daddy left the gate open and they're out. And I was like, well, I guess I'll, be on my way as soon as I can. And that was, I want to say, somewhere around 10 o'clock-ish.
I said around 10:52 p.m. Would that be about right?
Yeah, it could have been around that time. I know it was dark out.
So did she call you or you called her?
She called me.
And she called and what? She was talking about the horses being out?
She called me and asked, when are you going to be home? And I said, well, I haven't, I haven't really decided, but wow, what's going on?
And what did she say?
She said, the horses are out. You need to come home and get them up.
July 3rd, you're at the house with your mom working, go to lunch, your dad's at the restaurant, but you don't remember whether or not he left or anything like that.
I'm like 99% sure my dad was still sitting there.
But whenever y'all departed,
differently.
he was in a separate car, you were in a separate car, and your mom was in a separate car?
Yes, that is correct.
And you went from the restaurant to the lake?
Yes, sir.
And you were there all night until you came home?
Until she called me and said,
Go
come
anywhere
home.
else?
No, sir.
And
we went out on the lake on the boat.
This is his alibi.
Did that, but I went to the lake house.
About 10:52, you said you got a call from your mom about the horses. Did she ask you to come home or anything?
She asked, when are you coming home?
She asked when you're coming home.
Yes.
All right, that call's around 10:52 p.m. And you talked to law enforcement after all this happened, told them your timeline, things like that, right?
Yes.
And I think they were able to take photographs of your phone. Did you show your time calls and things to the law enforcement? Do you remember?
I remember I gave them my phone.
Okay. And then about 11:34 p.m. or so, did you get back to your house?
Yeah, it was from the lake house, which is up in Dawsonville, to the farm. That was about, anywhere from 35-minute to 45-minute drive.
And we got back at, say, around 11:34 p.m. Did you talk to your mom?
So I came in and, I turned up towards the barn. And once I came onto the property, I see the horses in the pasture. And I pull in and I pull up and I see the fire burning up behind the house where the burn pile always was. So I go, I pull up there to the barn. I try calling her, Melody, and she did not answer. So I went around and checked on all the other animals, make sure the chicken coop was, the door was shut and, the goats were good and everything. And I went upstairs to my apartment, and then she finally called me back. And when she called me back, I said, what the hell? I thought you said the horses were out. And she's like, well, I put them up. I was able to get them and put them up.
Do you remember saying anything to her about your dad deciding to burn the fire or anything like that?
Yeah, so, after, she told me she put them up, I said to her, so I guess Daddy decided to burn that pile of wood, the burn pile? And she was like, yeah. I go, well, somebody needs to pay attention to it throughout the night so it doesn't spread. And then I said, I'm waking up very early in the morning to go play golf, and I'm going to come over and get the debit card to get some cash out. And
so
she's like,
if you talked to your mom around 11:34 p.m. on the phone, what time did you go to bed?
It was pretty shortly after that because I was pretty exhausted from being out in the sun all day.
All right, the next morning, July 4th. What time did you go and get the ATM card from your mom?
Very early in the morning. Because I want to say we either had a 7:30 or 8:30 tea time. So, the sun just rose by the time I got over there.
Did you go up to the house?
Yes, I drove over to the house.
Did you call your mom to come to the door, or how'd you get her to the door?
So, the night before, I told her I was going to play golf, and in the morning I was going to come over and get the debit card. And she said, well, just call me and let me know when you come over. And I was like, okay.
Did you ask her to leave the doors open, unlocked or anything?
No, because the house wasn't ever really locked up.
If she said anything about she was going to lock the doors or not lock the doors?
I do not remember anything of that.
Fair enough. When you do you know if it was about 6:15 or so when you went to go get the ATM?
Yes, it was very early in the morning. So It had to been around that time. And I sent, I called her as I'm getting in the truck and say, hey, I'm coming over. And she met me at the front door and handed me the debit card. And
Did you go inside?
No, I never went inside.
Did you go get something out of the refrigerator, a drink or anything?
No. I literally walked.
You didn't go get a power drink or energy drink or anything like that?
No, I did not.
A Gatorade,
Did she let you in?
ounce.
I never went
Fruit punch
into the
flavor.
house. She literally met me at the front door and handed me the debit card.
Did you run down the road, get some cash, and come back?
Yeah, I ran down to, right there at Free Home, Publix. There's a Wells Fargo bank right there. So I grabbed.
If your tea time was around 7 or 7:30, would that be fair to say?
Yes, and like I said earlier, it was either 7:30 or 8:30 tea time.
And who were you playing golf with?
I was playing with my friends Ted and Phillip.
Would y'all do this on the 4th of July? Is this something y'all would do?
We try to make it a tradition, but yes, this would have been our second 4th of July round of golf.
And after you played golf, did you go somewhere?
We left from the golf course and went back to the lake house.
And how long were you at the lake?
So we finished golf and then we went there, and we only went out on the boat for a few hours. I know we were back.
Did you go to a pool party afterwards?
So we got back and Ted and I went to our friend's apartment complex. She lived in Cumming, and we went to the pool party that she was having there. And I stayed there not long. I'd probably say like a couple hours.
And about what time did you go home that night?
I was home before it got dark. So it was...
Did you go home to feed the animals?
Yes.
All right. So on July 4th, start off, get the ATM money, go play golf, go to the lake, pool, and then you go home around whatever time before dark. Do you remember what time that would have been?
Like I said, it probably would have been 6, 7 o'clock roughly. It was still daylight outside. And that time of the year, the sun would have gone down about 9-ish.
When you got home, did you have a conversation with your mom about the goats being out or anything?
So when I get home, I see all the goats out in the front pasture, or the pond pasture is what we called it. I get them, I grab their feed and I call them and they all come running. I take care of everybody. Then I ride over to the house. By this time, it's already dark out. I ride over to the house and, I walk in and I go back to the master bedroom and Melody is laying in bed with the dogs. And I talk to her and I'm like, what the hell was it? Why are the goats out? And she's like, well, your daddy let them out. I was like, okay, well, why didn't...
That's what she said?
Yeah. She said, your daddy let them out. I was like, okay, well, why didn't y'all put them back up? I was like, you're going to have to start doing this because I'm going to, start my new career at some point. So you're going to have to learn how to take care of these animals. And then I proceeded to, I turned around and, we talked about something else, I can't remember, but I do remember her telling her that. And I turned right around and went right back out and got in my truck and went back up to my apartment.
All right. On July 3rd, did you see the fire burning?
Yes, I did. When I came home that night, when I pulled up to the barn, I could see off behind the house that the fire was burning.
On July 4th, did you see the fire burning?
I do not remember it burning.
Judge, maybe approach real quickly.
Interesting. This witness, Scott, I get the feel. Okay, first of all, I think he's also being truthful to what he thinks is right. But I get the feel that he's justifying his existence with the financial expense he was on his parents, based on how he was around the farm. He saved the house from a fire. He takes care of all the goats. All the horses come to him when he brings them food. He's the guy that runs the show. wouldn't happen without him.
It was back over July 5th.
I think he's being truthful, but I think he's just his sense of self-importance is slightly elevated. I mean, he was a goat herder, and he fed. I mean, he bought the horse feed and chicken feed, and occasionally fought house fires with his fists, bare fists, no capes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening again. Don't look up anything about the case, the lawyers, the parties, the places. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Don't talk to your family about the case. If they want to know about the case, they can watch it on the internet. You can't. But they can't talk to you about what they watched on the internet.
True that.
Don't talk to each other about the case when you're in the jury room or outside the jury room or at any point in the case until I give you your instructions and y'all begin your deliberations in next couple of weeks.
Got a call come in. I think it's spam.
Any questions about any of that? Anything y'all need before everything going okay? All right, y'all can be excused.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
My name is David, and I'm calling you from Senior Benefits. How are you doing today?
Hi, David. I'm doing well. Oh, it's David again. He's like, oh, we talked. We talked. He hung up immediately. Oh, David's like, I know that guy. I know that guy. Yeah, he was not having enough. He was not buying it. He was not buying it. He's like, why is that number on my list again? Are we ready to hear what the judge has to say here? Why did we mute it? Come on. People are leaving. Judge is telling stories, but we don't know what it is. Looks like we're done. Wishy-washy. Once caught a fish this big. Cameron's not sure if he's supposed to film this or not. He's like, I don't know what he's talking about. All right, Scott, tomorrow it's going to be rough. We are nearly to the end of his direct. I'm not sure if we're all the way done, but I think we might be close. Add one to the counter. Well, I have to turn the counter on to add one, so you guys can see that we actually did. Let's see, where was it? It was right here. There's our counter. Boom. Oh, I turned it off. I have to go back here for you to see it. We're now at 111. 3 ones is where we're at on the counter, and my camera stopped working. Look, I froze. I'm holding very still in this picture. I have the ability to hold perfectly still in one camera and move in the other one. I'm frozen over there. I'll restart it. There were 2 uhs. That puts us at 112. Paula Mac, I've got it updated, as you can see right here. We're up to 112. This is a crazy little day today. I'm not sure if I got all the clips that I wanted to. I only got a couple that I put on here. Let's see. Go to 8 with sound. Can we do that?
And from what I was told, there was a lion in that. So,
I'm sorry?
A lion.
I love that. The attorney's voice. From what I was told, there was a lion. I'm going to turn the audio up just a little bit. Let me fix this. Audio on 8 is going to be double down right here. Let's back up just a tiny bit.
And she called me and said, "Get down here. I just got kicked by a horse." From what I was told, there was a lion in the...
Why did it skip? Let's do that again. Can't have it skip on us.
And she called me and said, "Get down here. I just got kicked by a horse." From what I was told, there was a lion in that. So
Attorney's like, but
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
Lion. I don't know if it was
Like lion, tigers, and bear on my lion?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, the attorney's like, look at his eyes here. Let me turn off the sound so you don't hear this. Look at the attorney's face. Look at his eyebrows. Like, huh? Did you just? Excuse me. Did you just say lion? There's a lion. His eyes go up. Look at this. He's like, oh my goodness, what in the world? Look at that. Oh, up, down, up, down. His eyes. Like, what do I? The attorney in his head is doing this. Full on. I've got to hear that one more time. Hey, Mrs. R, you need to hear this little bit. You're not going to be able to hear it, so I'm going to mute this so you can hear it over there.
And she called me and said, "Get down here. I just got kicked by a horse." From what I was told, there was a lion in that. So
I'm sorry?
A lion. I don't know if it was
Like lion, tigers, and bear on my lion?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of lion, but the neighbors told.
Oh my goodness! I need to turn the sound off. No. Hang on, we've got a phone call. If I can answer it, try and answer it.
Call from
Ricky Watson.
Ricky Watson, you don't happen to be a lion tamer, do you?
I ain't got into that detail yet. I tried to find a zoo where I could go in there and learn about them, but I can't find nobody that'll hire me.
Well, have you been to Georgia?
Heck no, I ain't.
I wouldn't recommend going either after I watched this trial. But
I guarantee you,
this is nuts. This is crazy. The goats, had they only had pigs instead of goats, they wouldn't have needed the burn pile. Has anyone thought of that?
Well, I tell you what, they had pigs, they could slaughter them out and just cook them over that sucker.
Or feed them. That was where I was going.
You.
Pigs are great for evidence elimination. How do you say that? Pigs lead anything is I guess where we're going. And then we'll eat the pigs.
Basically, they will, to be honest.
Yeah. Goats, not so much. But those poor goats, when the goats would die, first of all, they fall over. When the goats fall over dead in the goat pasture, they just bury them right there. And that must have been so traumatic for the other surviving goats. It's like, don't fall over. Look what's going to happen. If you fall over, they will bury you. And now we get to eat grass on top of them. This farm was nuts.
Okay. I'll tell you this part, though, is have you ever had goat meat?
I've had goat cheese, but not goat meat.
One of these days, if you think about it, eat some goat. I mean, it's some good stuff.
I see them as pets.
Have you ever had a goat?
Well, my neighbors had a little pygmy goat, and it ran around with them like a little dog.
Oh, I had goats.
As long as you don't push it, because then it will ram up and charge you, and it will give you a Charlie horse and a half. But the goats are like pets. I've never seen like goats that are like meat goats. I mean, I've heard of a meat cow and a milk cow and a milk goat, but I haven't heard of a meat goat.
I don't know why we had goats, but we did.
Yeah, well, when I was growing up, I'm lactose intolerant.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was a kid, we had like 5 nanny goats.
Yeah.
And in the mornings, I'd milk them out and then strain the milk out, and that was my milk.
Yeah, I've had goat milk. It is no bueno. It is not good.
Oh, you don't like it, Miss Ori?
I do not.
I don't like goat cheese.
No.
I'm talking like the goat
really?
cheese I had was from Norway. It was Norwegian goat cheese, and I'm not sure if all goat cheese is the same. It was like caramel cheese. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a sweet, buttery, smooth cheese, which I would, no, wasn't a fan.
I don't think I could do that one either, to be honest with you.
Yep. Well, when you had goats, did you have any problems with lions? Is that a thing that comes with the goats?
David had problems with them.
Oh yeah, Bible.
He killed
Goats and lions, I guess, have been a thing for a while.
Well, I don't see how usually if goats get out, they stay right there by the house anyway.
Because they know who feeds them.
Yes.
What do you think, as someone who's worked around wild livestock, the farm life is not new to you, right? Especially when it comes to horses and all. How would you rate Scott as a farmhand? Would he be, I'd hire him, or Mr. George, he's not worth $20 an hour? Where would he fall on the scale of farmhands?
Well, okay, to be honest with you, if he came to my place, he would not have a job, I guarantee you.
Well, maybe the law enforcement's the right career for him then, because he was looking to switch.
Well,
but he did. At least he took care of the animals. I mean, he took care of feeding, and that's an important thing. When you have animals, the animals need to be fed. They need to be cared for.
Okay.
And you can't just take a holiday off.
Now you brought up the law enforcement. Now, I don't think he could survive that, to be honest.
That's 2 strikes against Scott. What do you have against Scott? I thought it was a good witness.
I mean, when I started off with the sheriff's office, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was a bit nervous. I understand that, but ain't everybody.
Yeah.
But I mean, you gotta screw your head on tight, and I mean, you just can't go out and play golf or pool parties and la-di-di-la-da-da. It's a 24/7 job.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I don't know what he does now. I forgot. I wasn't listening when he was told his current job. It seemed to be irrelevant at the time when they asked him. But
yeah. Well, I heard. All I heard was he was looking for another career.
Yeah.
So that's about all I caught right yonder. The main thing was what that darn defense attorney, when he was cross on the ex-wife.
Yes.
When she said, well, there was other problems, right?
Mm-hmm. Reasons for the divorce.
What kicked me in the butt was, he says, what else? And I'm like, that ain't none of your darn business, to be honest.
It seemed quite prying, and it's a cheap shot. When you get somebody up on the stand and they're under oath, and they basically have to answer any question, that's a cheap shot the lawyer did, to pry into that.
It really was, and that just set me off. I'm like, what does the other problems he had have to do with anything about this?
Yeah, I think the lawyer knew he stepped in it too far, because once she explained, and she sort of went on a long explanation, and he just said no further questions when he was done. He knew that he had stepped in too far and pushed too hard, And he probably was keeping an eye on the jury out of the corner of his eye, and they were giving him the dirty look. Just like, you slime bucket. Why would you do that to this lady who is not in any way, responsible for what happened here?
Well, I just thought that was bull butter.
Yeah, I was not impressed with that particular question. I realize there is some of that was relevant. I think it was probably relevant to ask her about Chris's addiction with alcohol, if that was a problem, if that happened, because that goes to Chris's credibility. And if he's drunk all the time and everyone knows it, and they can get into that, then when he says, "Yeah, I remember clearly this is what happened," we're like, "Yeah, but do you?" Right? But do you really? But asking about any other marital issues they were having, nah, that was no good.
No, that just kicked me square off in the butt when he says, "What else?"
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say but you know what I mean.
Well, he could have said something else would have been worse, so that's all right.
Well, yes, sir. But I try to keep my mouth a little polite.
Yeah. I'm trying to fix my camera here while I talk to you, and it's not working very well.
Oh.
Oh, that's because I'm on the wrong system. Are you going to be on tonight for the podcast, Ricky?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
We might. I'm not sure if we'll have Mrs. R.A. or Thomas. I haven't found out yet. But we're going to be on the podcast tonight on this channel, 8 o'clock. And I guess I have to answer questions one way or another. So.
Yeah, the kicker is I wrote a lot of the questions. Okay, Thomas wrote a fair amount of the questions too. But
I thought he was texting me, and then I saw I had 20 unread messages, and it's
because I'm trying to coordinate some awesome questions. It turns out that he's way, way better at interviewing really than I am. So, yeah, but maybe I'll still be there. I don't know.
There you go. Fix my
I'd really love to see Mrs. R.A. on yonder.
Ricky, can I tell you something not relevant in just anticipation of the podcast tonight?
Yes, sir. Go right on ahead.
Last night, I had a video interview with a YouTube exec, like the YouTube person monitor. And right as I'm about to go live, I've got this shot. And I'm thinking, I probably ought to not have this shot right in the background. I love my YouTube plaque. I'm not sure if YouTube loves my YouTube plaque because it's not a YouTube plaque. And so I switched for this. This was my background for my
that is meeting. Much more professional. I like it.
It's got pumpkins. It's thematic. You got an owl and a bat flying around. Anyway.
Oh, there you go, right yonder.
I might use this for the podcast tonight as well.
Nice.
So, Ricky, thank you for the call. It's always good talking to you. Love that you have experience with everything but lions. So.
Everybody's got a limit.
I don't know about the lion part. Well, depends on what kind of lion you're talking about.
I think he might have been lying.
Well, gosh, dog, I love you too, son.
Ricky, thank you so much. Love talking to you. We'll catch you again soon.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good evening now.
Yeah, you too.
See you, Ricky.
Bye.
Thanks, Mrs. R.A.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So I have a question. Yeah. What's with the lion? What?
Okay, we've been talking about this hobby farm, and they have horses and goats and ducks and
lions
and chickens and they're talking about. We got on the topic of what happens when you have to dispose of animals that die on the farm. He's like, oh, like all the chickens and the ducks, they died all the time. I'm like, hey, weren't you supposed to, was it your job to keep them up, keep them alive? I'm pretty sure you're pretty much confessing to the fact that you couldn't keep the animals alive on the farm. But he's like, yeah, we'd have goats died, and we'd have the chickens died, we'd have the ducks died. And I think the question the attorney wanted to know was, do you throw the goats on the burn pile?
Yeah.
Do you burn the carcass? He's like, no, we bury them. I'm like, well, where would you bury them? In the goat pasture, just right where they fell. It's the least amount of work possible. We just dig a hole, shove it in, tap the dirt down, call it good. And he says it was the best dirt. And he's like, when we had and then he goes into this, then he that's when he had the squirrel moment. And he goes off the rails a little bit. Said, so there was a wall or something. The neighbor said there was a lion. And the attorney, he's like flipping through his notes, going through question after question. And he's like, lion? And that's the part you saw right there. Like lion, tigers and bear, lion.
Can you imagine as a lawyer, you're like, do I even want to pursue this? Is this something that can help me, or do I just walk away?
Yep. Let's see. Other than that, I think that's all for today. Tomorrow, I think we have a little bit more direct, and then definitely we're going to be getting to cross on Scott, which is going to be spicy. They've tried to explain away why the first image. This you'll have to explain this a little bit. The first image on the trail camera is Scott walking away, and it's been deleted up until then. That means that he was basically the one that deleted it. It's a good assumption to say that that's how it happened.
What is the trail? I'm totally behind. What is
the trail camera was
showing?
Near the burn pit.
So it is surmisable that he deleted footage that showed.
Defense wants to say that. Defense wants to say, you deleted the incriminating evidence. You driving the tractor with your dad's body in the bucket would have been the incriminating evidence that would show up on the trail camera. There's no evidence that ever happened.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on that. Why do they think a tractor's involved?
Because there was a tractor, and they can't explain how his body got from the house where they think he died into the burn pit, unless you say a tractor was involved, because he was too big of a guy.
Say he died by the burn pit. That's so much easier.
Because there's a bullet in his ribs and one more in the bedroom or in the house, and there's a little bit of blood on the floor.
But you can shoot somebody outside, and you can move a bullet.
Yes, they haven't thought of that. Anyway. Today, I will sum it up for everyone who missed this. The entire day sounded something like this. That was how the trial's gone so far, but it's getting spicy. It is getting good, and it's just going to get better with time. Tomorrow is Friday. We'll be back in court, I believe. I don't think they take Fridays off. We also have tomorrow possibly Haley at Judge Simpson's court. So we might get an update tomorrow on Haley, which would be awesome. All right, we have also tonight, we have the podcast, 8 o'clock. Please be here. Ring the bell. We'll create a thumbnail so you guys can start talking amongst each other a little bit early. I don't know who's going to be here. I'm going to find out from Thomas afterwards what his schedule looks like. But either way, we'll be back in about 2 hours for the podcast, hour and a half now. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tonight at 8 p.m. for the Not Relevant podcast. I appreciate you all being here. Be good to each other. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
I saw a chicken fight.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Shame on you, sir.
Because he's the guy.